There we go. Brandon, can you hear us? He can hear us. They can
I can
see.
hear you
You're just
now. Yep.
okay. Okay.
And the
Well,
first is yours.
so yeah, let's get started. Because the first item on the workshop. Good evening, everybody. Happy 4th of July week. Happy Canada Day. Thank you. So we want to talk about the remote meeting policy and the legislative policy. This was a suggestion by Trustee Browning. They are related, and one thing that Trustee Browning suggested that I agree with is that we should add the remote meeting policy to the legislative policy, whatever we decide that is. And so let's take the legislative policy first. And I don't know, Brandon, do you want to give any background or should we just dive in?
I can give a little bit of a history on this. So this legislative policy we implemented, I want to say it was 2018. You can hear me or not?
You were frozen for a second, but it seems like it might be better now. Maybe not.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hang on one second.
I don't think that's gonna matter.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with that.
Because we can't see anything on the screen. Oh, there it is. 4 years
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me okay? Or
yeah, now we can. Go ahead.
okay. So I was saying that, I think we developed this in 2018. Previously the town did not have a legislative policy. Just to kind of set up some of the basic kind of rules around how we conduct procedures. A lot of it's really basic stuff around Robert's rules and, how we conduct meetings. We made a more recent edit adding quasi-judicial procedures. I think that was 2022. I want to say it was definitely more recent. And it was heavily modeled originally off of Longmont's legislative policy. I think it's a combination of Longmont's and Littleton's legislative policy. That's where most of this material came from. But that's, basically the background on this.
Appreciate it and appreciate the opportunity to take a look at it. I think it's a good idea to review occasionally, particularly when circumstances have changed, such as during COVID, obviously. So Trustee Browning, you had a number of items you wanted to discuss. Do you want to go through those?
Sure. The first one was something from our orientation session where we talked about time limits for audience business, and we talked about doing 4 minutes per speaker unless 10 or more had signed up, and then we would cut it to 3. That was something we kicked around. I don't know. I just couldn't start down the orientation. That was just an unfinished business item. I don't know if there's preference between those, but
well, and and you and I talked about this. I think that I think 4 minutes is fine. It's been fine so far. I do think that it should really be up to the chair to decide when we go to 3 minutes or fewer minutes. As Brandon and Victoria and I discussed, there might be circumstances where we want to call a recess and limit it to 1 minute, preserving people's First Amendment rights while still maintaining control of the meeting. So I think the way it is fine, and I don't see any need to add that level of detail. But Mark and I have these discussions.
4 minutes. 4 minutes is fine with me.
Yeah. Okay.
Just so the primary reason to get it 1 minute would be if you have some speaker who's trying to basically disrupt the proceedings, racist or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see. The next thing we talked about was it doesn't really address citizen input online. If you read what's there literally now, it basically says you got to be present and sign a sheet to speak, but that's not our practice. So
Well, and then the remote participation policy does address that.
yeah.
And so I think that's where it would be good to have everything in one document.
Yeah.
And the remote participation policy says you must use your real name, you must turn on your camera, and you must give your address.
The next thing that is not specifically addressed in the policy, but it's been a a problem at times and kind of practices varied from time to time is when people send something in and ask that it be an email comment usually and ask that it be read into the record. Sometimes those are longer, it takes longer than 4 minutes to read them. And there's problems with sometimes reading what people have written. Sometimes what they write doesn't make sense and you can read it verbatim or whatever. I think you have opinions on that too.
Yeah, well, you know what the town of Nutterland does is if citizens want to send input prior to a board meeting, they can do so by a certain deadline, and then the clerk adds that to the packet. So all of the comments are included in the packet prior to the meeting. And I'm fine with that. And I don't, Dolores, you're the person doing that.
Just for a little reference, this time around, Mr. Brackenridge sent in, and he is usually pretty wordy. So it was really nice to have it and be able to just attach it in with the packet for everybody to read. That's much easier than trying, like you said, read them and you don't get their point across. So that works for me. If they send them in early and I have enough time, I'll just add them into the packet.
What kind of deadline did they do?
I would ask staff.
We typically post the packet the Thursday before the meeting, so that you have the week. That way, if there was any mistakes on Friday, we can get them fixed, and then you have the weekend to, so at least if I get them that Thursday by noon, it's perfect.
Well, or at the latest, we could do Friday at noon.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when
We
we,
usually
our
update.
catch up stuff.
I
yeah.
see you, Brandon has his hand up here. Brandon?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna, so I agree with that policy. That's the policy we've had a number of other places that we don't read them into the record. I think originally when I first got here, we didn't have very many, and so it was more manageable. But I think it's gotten to the point where it's we can't be doing that and give everyone equal time. And so I think most places they either say 24 or 12 hours in advance of the meeting. That way people would have the weekend, but it is up to you guys when would you would want to. But I think usually people, for members of the public, it's usually 48, 24 hours, something of that nature.
Okay. Well, that Thursday at noon sounds reasonable to me. And so if we decide later in the meeting that we want to do that, I would just ask that staff communicate that that's a new policy in e-blast so people kind of get used to doing it.
The next thing that I don't think is in there either is citizen agenda requests. That just kind of evolved gradually over time, but we've never actually set a policy of what happens when citizens, there's a form now. that
There's a
citizens
form.
fill out, but how it gets handled, it's never been specified anywhere. I think essentially the town administrator mayor just kind of dealt with it as they come in.
Well, I think that is the process unless you have another.
But I think we ought to state it so people know you can submit one, there is a form, here's how it'll be handled. The only thing I would add to that is I think it would be a good idea if the citizen agenda request is declined, that the mayor or the town administrator inform the board, we got an agenda request for X, but we declined it because of this reason. So that way, if some trustee thinks, oh, I like that idea, I'd like for us to talk about it, then the trustee can make the request if they want to.
Just a quick search, is there so there's a form,
Yeah.
It's on the website.
I just searched for citizen agenda request form.
Might not be citizen, just do agenda request.
It's one if it's PCPC. Media request. Other than Board of Trustees agenda
There is.
request. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Can people use it?
Yeah, we've got it.
So I served the whole term and then into the second term, I have not seen one of these.
Well, typically, because the mayor and Victoria set the agenda, I'll let the mayor know, say we received an agenda request from so-and-so.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's as easy as a phone call. People don't realize what needs to be on the agenda as opposed to what staff can help with or things like that. So sometimes you call them, figure it out. Oh, that really wasn't an agenda request, but thanks. And then if the mayor deems that it needs to be on a future agenda, and I mean, we're shuffling that agenda deck until we literally are posting it. Things get pulled, so.
So if there is one, does it show on the agenda as being
Yeah.
generated by a citizen?
Yep.
We've had
Like we've had Wickham and Chatfield came in, remember
many times.
they had a request and we put it under general business.
And last term, it was the whips
The whips.
that requested that we put under general business. Yeah.
It happens, I'd say 2 or 3 times a year, not a lot, but.
The next one, a couple of revisions to the agenda setting part of this. Right now, it just says the agenda shall be set by the town administrator and the mayor or something. Where's that fit? And I'd like to make it clear that that's fine, that's the way it needs to be done, but I'd like to preface that with the board of trustees hereby delegates its agenda setting authority to the town administrator in consultation with the mayor. Make it clear that ultimately the board retains authority over its own agenda. For practical reasons, you can't have 7 board members swapping emails about agendas. And we're probably not going to talk about some, where the process works now as a trustee, and this was worked out in detail with multiple back and forth when this policy was first done about what happens if a trustee makes an agenda request to the mayor and the town administrator, but for whatever reason, too busy or the mayor doesn't like it or whatever. Which was not suggesting that probably, but there was a problem before. Doesn't make it onto the agenda. And so we came up with a procedure that said, if an item's not put on an agenda within a reasonable time, given due regard to the number and timing of other items placed on agendas, then it goes on under general business as a requested future agenda item, and the board votes on it. Do we put it on the agenda and all? If so, when? So that's been the policy. But my suggestion was to put some kind of outer limit, time limit. I suggested 6 weeks from the request. Holly thought maybe 8 weeks. But you said today maybe do it in terms of number of meetings because the number of time between meetings varies depending.
Yeah, because we may have 5 Mondays in a month. And so then 8 weeks is different. So I would suggest within 4 meetings, I think is reasonable depending on the staff workload and people's travel plans. And so I think
If it's not on there
4 meetings.
by the
is
3rd meeting,
reasonable.
then it would go under the trustee agenda request for meeting 4.
I would say if it's not there on the 4th meeting, then it would go under a trustee agenda request for 5. Brandon, what do you think?
Maybe
The owls?
some sort of general disclaimer. Maybe some sort of general disclaimer that if the proponent agrees that it can be delayed further, that it won't violate.
Unless the applicant, the trustee
Oh, sure.
is okay with
Yeah,
another timeframe.
probably four meeting, if it goes on the agenda on meeting 4 as a requested trustee agenda item, and then the board votes yes or no. If they vote yes, let's hear it. You can't hear it for another 2 weeks, and then you're at 5 meetings from the date of the request. That's a long time to me. 2.5 months in most cases.
We were talking about this item too, because we know it's very frustrating when you have an item you want to talk about, but there's others that might be more time sensitive. Would it be helpful to figure out a way to share our draft agendas ahead of time? The problem is if those go out though, they do change up to that Friday. And so, if that gets in the hands of the public or somebody, and they think that's set in stone and it's not, it's going to be frustrating. But I mean, right now we have agendas through August. And so, if you want us to share that so you can see where they are on there, we could, if we wanted to figure out a way to do that, that could be an option as well, and maybe help understand why it gets pushed.
Yeah, we're not seeing the Zoom screen on here anymore, but I wonder if
Oh.
Brandon has a thought on that.
What's on there?
It just says Zoom.
Oh, really?
It's your web browser.
So I
There we
should
go.
change that. Okay.
Brandon, do you have any
Because you're trying
thoughts
to do
about
2
that?
things.
Sharing the agendas in advance?
Draft.
I mean, obviously we can't have a discussion. If there's a Google sheet or something and people are making their own edits, that would create an open records, open meetings kind of issue. So And that's it can't be done necessarily, but it wouldn't be editable, it would not be discussable. It would just be for your information. Here's what the current agenda is.
Can we, what if we did this? What if it's not on the agenda for meeting number 3, then the mayor and administrator talk to the trustee and discuss why and what potential path forward might be.
I don't, does it need to be that complicated? I mean, I like the simple 4 weeks. It's not on, then it shows up on general. I mean, it's,
4 meetings or 4 weeks?
4 meetings.
Okay, 4 meetings.
4 meetings.
Yeah, you're right, maybe we're over.
Yeah, I think over, you know, and it just shows up in the next one, and you know, that way it's, we know it, everybody knows it, doesn't much matter, doesn't
How about
get.
if we do that, have it be 4 meetings, but it's not there within 4 meetings, then it can either be put on as, if for some reason somebody doesn't want to do it, as a requested future agenda item and we vote on it, or we just put it on for substantive action after the 4th meeting. I don't wanna exclude that possibility, because it might be something that's not really that controversial, just wasn't room for it. So,
Yeah.
Well,
I
like
think you
this,
should have
like
the
this
option.
workshop, for example.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't you just vote on it?
because if it's noticed as a trustee agenda request and the board votes as to whether it's going to go on the agenda or not, you haven't given notice to the public that what you might actually do. And you might not have a staff report on whatever that requested action is, and that's a notice issue.
There's one other thing we could just start doing as practice, doesn't need to go into policy, and that could be after our meetings on Monday. When we think we have it pretty well set, send that out to you as a draft, so you know between Monday and Thursday or Friday what's on there. And maybe even one more meeting, but not months in advance, because they change. There's no-
Yeah.
This gets complicated by the open meetings, open record stuff, because most boards you serve on, a charitable board or a corporate board, the standard practice is the chair sends around a draft. Here's our draft agenda for our next meeting. Anybody got any other items you want on it or any comments about it? But you can't do that with open meeting. You can't actually discuss the subject matter because of open meetings. So.
Well, yeah, and I think it's kind of fine the way it is now, and if anybody ever has any questions about what's coming up on the agenda, is this coming up on the agenda, just ask.
Yeah.
We know where to find you every Monday.
That'll work for me, 4 meetings, and after 4 meetings, it can be put on as either a trustee agenda request, do we hear it, or if the staff's ready, put it on as a substantive action.
Yeah.
Next thing, in rule 24B now, there's just something in there from what Brandon said, probably picked up from it says, agenda items and substantive information not involving unforeseen emergency and not included in the packet as timely provided shall not be considered unless the board by motion determines to consider saying which motion shall not be debatable. And I just saw that. Why wouldn't we be able to debate that motion like we debate every other motion? I don't know.
Do you have an answer to that, Brandon?
Can you repeat the question? You cut out during half of that.
This
So
is, Brandon, this is the last of 24B, where it
Okay.
says, basically, you can't consider something that's not, unless it's an emergency, if it's not included in the packet, unless the board by motion determines to consider it. It says, which motion shall not be debatable. So it strikes me as odd that a trustee would say, hey, this wasn't really in the agenda, but I think we should still consider it, obviously to the extent you can with notice problem. But we can't debate that. I didn't understand why that limitation as to it not being debatable.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what the history of this one is. If I had a guess, I assume it's because you didn't want to get into the substance of the issue if it wasn't noticed.
But if you can't debate
Does that
it,
make
then
sense?
what-
Is it- if it-
then what could you do with it? The motion itself. You can't even debate whether to take it up, then.
I mean, maybe what is debatable is not the merits. Something about that, where where the merits should not be. Debatable.
That may be the intent, yeah.
I think that was the intent.
Let's see if we can clarify that.
Yeah.
And then I think finally, do you want to go into the remote meeting attendance.
Oh, yeah. One more little technical item, this may be for Brandon. On executive session, Rule 26C says, prior to the time the board convenes an executive session, the mayor shall announce the specific citation to the provision of this rule, meaning our legislative policy authorizing the executive session. I know we cite to the state statute section because we have to, but why would we need to cite to
Yep.
part of the legislative policy rules nobody reads?
Yeah, we should, and it should be state statute, so we can make that change.
And that seems to me seems like a technicality. If we forgot about it, somebody could challenge, hey, you didn't properly go into executive session.
Yeah, it's a good point.
The remote participation policy, the policy as written says that 25% of meetings, if trustee is absent for more than 25% of meetings, then get what actually happens. But one of the things we noted already is it doesn't say 25% of where, you know, within a month, 2 months, a year, a term, whatever. So an amendment, you need to specify 25% in a calendar year or per year board term or something like that, just to be clear.
Well, and I would specify 25% of a board term, because board terms don't go that 5 years.
But then at the end of the term, the person's up for reelection, so you can't bar them from running again.
No, but I think having a percentage is a good idea. I think we do
What's the
better in person.
consequence of not being live more than 25% of the day? So
I think then it's considered an unexcused absence.
I think it's in the code. There's about attendance.
there's something about unexcused absences.
Yeah.
And so many of them you could be removed or something.
You can be removed, 3 in a row.
So the way that would happen, that would be an
That's why.
unexcused absence, and then if you had 2 more to go with that, you could,
In a row.
got it. Okay.
I can look it up real quick, and I think that's how.
I'll just put it out there. To me, 25% is pretty low because of potential family or business reasons, but I don't have a strong feeling on whether, but if the majority thinks it should be 25%. Opinions?
Like 25%. But I'm not quite sure why.
So you do or not?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's,
There's a provision in there for like, without good cause or something like that, so personal experience, if I ended up with an elderly parent for 6 weeks in Austin or something like that, that would be, or somebody got a business assignment for out of town for 2 months. I don't think
You know,
because
I was gonna say, I think that the board as a whole could say, are we okay with that?
well, we might not be, because the town's business needs to go on regardless. It's, to be down a person for 3 months straight, even if it's a potential excused absence, I think needs to be discussed.
But in the case of a trustee who has a severe health problem, either he or she was unable to be here for health reasons or contagious. You know, I think back, we had a trustee who had a lot of cancer, you know, we were accommodating. So, but I guess that's at the discretion of.
I think it should be at the discretion of the board if the trustee is willing to share personal information. I don't think it should be under the mayor's discretion.
And then the other thing I had on the remote participation policy, this is more in Brandon's.
I'm sorry, Brandon
sorry.
has his hand up. I know you can see. Go ahead, Brandon.
I had another kind of the 25% that was raised by this discussion, and I'm just thinking to myself, 5% of regularly scheduled meetings, because that's a finite number, right? That's 48 meetings per term, and so we would know that more than 12 is, exceeding that policy. Because if it's of all meetings, we have no idea how many, meetings there's going to be when you could think of the specials and the workshops and everything else. And so it may be hard to enforce.
I think regularly scheduled meetings then is the language we want. Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah, because you could have 3 special meetings in a week, you know.
God forbid.
I think it's happening.
That's true.
Then the last thing, this is probably more in Brandon's turf than anything else, judicial proceedings. The current rule is that a trustee can participate in those remotely but can't vote. And I think that the reason for that, and it's what's stated in the rule, is that it says that trustees participating remotely on video can't observe the speaker's nonverbal communications like gestures or body language or something like that. But I got to thinking, when we're doing quasi judicial things like we just did with Riverbend, we're considering emails from people we've never seen. We're considering referral responses from agencies that we don't observe any body language or gestures. We're receiving comments from people online where you may only see their face. They may be shooting a bird off camera or something like that. So I think, Brandon, why this is in there brings back memories of the reason trial judges get deference from appellate judges is they can observe the witness's demeanor and sort of thing, but they don't rule on emails and agency referrals and stuff. So we consider a lot of stuff in quasi judicial proceedings that doesn't require you to see a person. So unless this legally has to be in there as some kind of protective measure, I don't see why we should limit ourselves like that.
Yeah, I think the history of this was, we developed this pretty soon after the return from lockdown. I think it was kind of the conservative kind of view that there may be some detriment to an applicant that doesn't have their quasi judge, view them in person. But, Trustee Browning, as you know, we've done a whole bunch of quasi judicial hearings, virtually at this point. And so I'm not super concerned, to be honest. And it's actually, until this had come up, I had forgotten that this existed. But personally, I'm not too concerned about it. Saying something if you're not, seeing the applicant or the deponents in person.
Yeah, a little more history on it. I remember that there was some discussion, both quasi judicial and executive session, that when you're remote, you may not know who else the city might list to them. Hearing confidential information, that's what I remember. Confidential information like a spouse or a kid or the applicant for that matter could be right next to you. I remember that discussion during the remote. Not specific quasi judicial, but I do remember.
For executive session,
We still do allow people though.
Yeah, I'm more
So-
concerned about it with executive session than pleasure.
And it says in executive session, you self-certify that there's nobody else in the room that is not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
So.
So I don't know. if
And I
we
think you
need
can do
any
the
more
same
or
thing
not.
for here. I mean, if you're preparing remotely and your spouse or traveling buddy or whatever says, hey, I think you should vote no on that, then you gotta disclose, so.
I'd like to say something to this. I appreciate you bringing this up, Mark, because I was attending remotely for the last meeting, which was quasi judicial, and I had attended the first hearing, and I had read all of the emails and all of the I feel like I was well prepared to vote. And I was really surprised when I read that and realized that my vote wouldn't count.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up. I think it's worth considering whether you've been to both hearings. I mean, I had heard a lot of the public comments at the first one already. A lot of the same people came back at the second one.
I was remote for the first one, so
Yeah,
I think
that
that
was
was this out. It's
yeah.
not legally required.
Okay. Well, we'll put that on the list for discussion direction later, and I think the discussion direction is what do we want to change, and then have staff put it on consent. A resolution of consent.
Okay.
Is what we'll talk about. Anybody else have anything?
I'm gonna be missing 2 consecutive meetings, full disclosure.
Just on this after.
The next one in July and the first one in August, just so
I
you
hope that
know.
plane gets you back.
We got something on policy about dinner. Okay, let's, if nobody has anything else.
And just a follow-on note, I mean, I think, Victoria, you mentioned sending the calendar into Dolores, because it would be nice to know if you're gonna miss or Zoom or whatever, so we make sure we have it.
Right.
And so,
And generally, I know,
Yeah.
because, I mean, that's fine, but trustees usually let me know, hey, I'm gonna be remote or I'm not gonna be here.
Or I'm gonna be leaving.
Yeah.
Well, for instance, I just planned a bike trip for 2 weeks in France and I'm going,
The same.
I wanna miss the meeting, but if it's a quorum or not, I'll drag my damn laptop around with me for 2 weeks. Like,
No, you
kind
don't.
of like Browning did.
No, don't do it. I will get up at 3 in the morning if I need to. I'll-
You know, we'll have a quorum.
So anyway, so that's
I
my only
appreciate it.
concern. is
Don't take your laptop to France.
Don't
I
take your
don't-
laptop, not on your bike.
On my bike trip.
What's, and when is that? Is it the same time?
No, it's not till September. I am gone the 9th, but I'll be soon.
I'll be here.
August 9th, you'll be remote. Okay. Yeah, if y'all could just let us know as you.
And
make
we
your
tried
travel
really
plans,
hard
that would be
not
helpful.
to publicize that. I shouldn't have asked that question just now because, you know, we don't want folks,
Fair enough.
the bad guys to know when people's homes are might be empty.
We'll have a house sitter, just so that's public knowledge.
Good.
And she has 2 vicious dogs.
Yeah.
Just say bring their dogs.
Yeah. Well, if nobody has anything additional, let's move on to, what?
Oh. We got, he's in the restroom. Okay, he wasn't planning on being here for a little bit, so we're gonna need a minute to shift gears.
Well,
but-
and I would love to be able to look at the maps on the
Yeah,
big
she wanted to
screen.
unplug when you were done.
Oh,
Are you done with both of your policy
unless
discussions?
anybody has anything else.
Okay, she just didn't know if she unplugged this, if it was gonna lose the
Yeah,
connection.
hang with us, Brandon, we're having technical.
Yeah, I'm gonna
difficulties.
restart my internet anyways. I'm
sounds
having
good.
kind of issues, so.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my sandwich.
So we'll just throw in a comment about the quasi judicial, we don't bring it up in the board meeting as well. right? You know, if you're a therapist in the state of Colorado,
They're ready for you,
or
Justin.
most
if you want.
states at this point,
You can
most
take
of
my.
your clients are 95% online. And one of the things that we've all discovered is it doesn't really change that much, the effectiveness of therapy. There's a ton of studies on it, because particularly insurance companies have been reluctant to pay on it. But, you know, to me, I don't know why that wouldn't translate to our setting as well.
We thought we might have some.
We did 2 years of everything online, so
Right.
that other restrictions probably predates that experience.
I'm glad you brought it up.
Well, we've learned a lot since, you
Now
know,
we fixed it, because I could envision some future controversial issue, and there's a 3-3 split, and the person online doesn't start voting one way or another. We may move for reconsideration when they get back.
okay, we have
We
action.
didn't have that problem with River.
Oh, it went black
I
again.
wasn't
We
too
had action
concerned,
first.
because I knew it wouldn't change the outcome, but I did miss my last evening with my father, and I did stay up till 1 AM
I could do it.
to vote.
There, we have it.
We did for a second.
What is, this is a brand new dock. We bought it after we had trouble last time. That's-
Andrew's laughing because he had that same problem.
Today? Well, it, you know, you just don't know how many, there.
There we go.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's okay, it's just weirdly kind of statically looking.
And it's not what's on her screen. What's on this screen? Zoom?
That's, yeah.
Let's just see what happens.
Apologies, y'all, I got-
So we're supposed to record this stuff. So if I put the HDMI directly into mine for the power. Let's do that.
Okay.
But then it won't be showing on.
I can log in.
To the
Let
meeting.
her log into
Do
the
that.
meeting,
You
let
log
her on.
into the meeting. And we'll just do it that way. But this is. Do you have notes at the bottom of each slide? Is that why you need it? Okay.
Yeah, whatever you just get us through, I'm good with.
The butter tarts? You can pass them around if you want to, bring them over. I'll open it for you.
I'd like to save mine for
For
later.
dessert,
Not for like 10 o'clock.
this is our like little pick me up, I feel like I always have a sugar boost at some point.
My
yeah,
temper
these
is so
are-
bizarre how
these
fuzzy
are-
that is.
I don't.
You're headed
There
I think it's the, it has to be
you go.
the.
You're welcome.
We have more. I can go try a different one.
I can't tell.
Kim, look at the fuzzies.
David, would you like one?
Yeah.
I'll wait a little. for
Greg,
my
later?
10 o'clock snack.
Any ideas?
All right, they're gonna be right here. Kim, it's a Kennedy special.
Oh, yeah.
I never make butter
We had
tarts.
it all set up before we
Really
left.
good, Tanya.
We left.
Canada Day, it's today. So I made these in honor of Canada Day.
Thank you. Happy Canada Day.
Thank you.
Very tasty.
But they're little mini, usually in
have
Canada,
this
they're like much, they're like the full size, these are the mini version.
That's really good.
Well, it's funny, I literally ate one every single day I was in Canada, but like this size, because they're everywhere, everywhere.
Okay.
Thanks. Can you taste the maple syrup? That's important.
Real.
Yeah.
Real maple syrup.
Oh, like
Do
there
you
would
know-
be anything else.
Did you see at the fire,
Vermont says theirs is the only real one, but Canada's.
you know, when you buy a Costco, it literally says made in Canada. Yeah, that's what the firefighters had.
Oh,
Where
you have us.
Syrup on snow.
Taffy.
It's up
It's
there?
taffy.
It's, oh, now it's gone.
No, does
Maple
it look
taffy.
very, is it all grainy up
It's
there
up,
too?
yeah.
It's kind of staticky, but that's
I mean, it's
okay.
not- That's good enough.
You don't need that. Now, but now it's so good to eat.
Yeah, for technical.
It's right here.
I hope so, there's edible. Was it hot or cold? Oh, okay.
Okay,
That's
Brandon,
nice.
we may not be able to see you, but
There's one on this.
the public can see the screen.
Okay, I can hear you guys, so.
Can you see it up here?
We
Yeah,
can see the presentation.
but it doesn't, it's not, we're not looking at the Zoom, we're looking at a browser.
Oh,
That's
oh
not-
yeah, the Zoom's up here. It's fine,
Okay,
I think.
okay.
Um,
Brandon, can you see the screen?
It's not being projected, but I can hear you guys.
but you can't see it.
No, it's not being shared.
Yeah, you need to
Oh, I
share the
need to share.
presentation.
Another one, you know, because it takes 2 minutes to make a full.
No, 'cause I could eat that whole thing.
Actually, I just moved them from your.
No, because we don't want to be involved.
I am going to have another one later, so.
Yeah, you can reserve the other one. There's enough for 2 per person.
I went to Safeway in Leadville.
Brendan, let us know when you
Saturday
can see
night.
it.
Sale on these big peanut butter cookies. There were 40 of them for $6. We finished all 40 of them.
No, not that day.
Not 2 days.
That's fine.
I can't believe you didn't say anything. I have to say, I was duly impressed when I went to the firefighters breakfast and they had real maple syrup. Do not underestimate our
They
firefighters.
had good pancakes too, they were really
Yeah.
quality.
Oh, but there's.
I've done
Yeah.
those before.
I like their machine, you have to squeeze out the pancakes. I wanna have one of those once a
There
month.
you go.
Okay,
I got to climb in the.
now I
fire truck,
need,
that was-
oh, that's fine, it's just water, don't worry, nothing. Then I need,
Which kind of syrup?
Sort of like corn syrup.
Oh,
Ugh.
no.
I grew up on corn syrup, never again.
I did some work for the Canadian Trade Office and they actually paid us partially in maple syrup.
Yeah, that works.
We were okay with it.
I'm
Maple
sure-
syrup and mittens.
Oh, yeah, you bet, you bet.
I took Canada Goose jackets.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be the right
They didn't give us those.
compensation.
Yeah.
don't you have one of those?
I have 3.
There's 3.
Okay, are we ready?
I discovered they're as good as they say.
We're seeing the boardroom, we're seeing the screen. I think we're ready to go.
We have the screen, but it won't, we're doing one more step. Which one is it? This one?
Yep.
Okay, then we should. But you see all the presentation slides?
That's okay. We'll not let the perfect be the enemy of the.
Here, this is what I want, I want to do another presentation.
I can have a third.
Presentation.
3 pancakes.
And then share.
They're very
Very,
expensive pancakes.
Doing something sweet.
How's that?
I kind of give up my
It's good.
stuff.
It's a little grainy, but there's nothing.
That's my motto. And now it's no wonder I have a sweet tooth, because when we were there, I realized everything that's been put through, like
Can
everything.
we get started now?
Yep.
Don't touch it.
Okay.
So I don't know if everyone knows Justin, I think so, Justin Dole's our town engineer, he also recently became a certified floodplain manager as well,
Oh,
so.
Oh, congratulations.
Justin and I are the team that tackles all floodplain issues in town. And Justin put together this presentation, he did a really great job.
All right, take it away.
Yeah, so got a presentation to go over basically the ordinance update that we have for tonight's meeting. So kind of, we also got some information on the National Flood Insurance Program. There's some background information, but kind of leads into why we have to have the ordinance. Also included just some floodplain fundamentals that a lot of you might be pretty familiar, given the 2013 flood, with some of these terms and everything, but I included it just in case you're not, that it'll help you understand the ordinance a little better. And then actually talk about the ordinance itself a little bit, and then some questions and discussion.
Great.
The National Flood Insurance Program, kind of talk about the floodplain management, the NFIP, and the roles and responsibilities. Floodplain management is the strategies and tools that prevent problems and protect people and development from flooding. Big part of that strategies and tools element is having the actual ordinance itself, where it kind of goes through all the measures we got to take and the rules and regulations for the insurance program.
So you do want to know the term NFIP, you're going to be hearing that.
Yep, the National Flood Insurance Program, the NFIP, established in 1968 by FEMA. They changed it from being a disaster relief every time there's a flood to more of an insurance program. Distributed the responsibility for floodplain management to all levels of government and some portions of the private sector, and set a national standard for regulating new development in the floodplains. When they say development, pretty much means doing anything in the floodplain. And also developed a floodplain mapping program. This is where we kind of fit in. The NFIP, the community has as a whole participate in order to be eligible for it. Our responsibility is the Town Alliance, and we is issuing and denying floodplain development and building permits, inspecting all development to ensure compliance with local ordinances, maintaining records of floodplain development, assisting in the preparation and revision of floodplain maps, and then helping residents with any questions or information they need related to that program.
So I want to just step in real quickly here. It's not a given that every community is part of the NFIP, okay? Some people just think it's a national program. You have to opt in. You have to have people on staff or that you consult with that can provide all of these different roles and responsibilities. But what it does is the National Flood Insurance Program allows all people in all zones to be able to buy flood insurance at a government rate so that they don't have to buy it from the private sector. And there's been a big shift in our research of disasters becoming more and more frequent, more and more expensive, more and more catastrophic across the world. We found out that the private sector is starting to step up again. They're starting to see that there is some money to be made here in some cases. But at one point, there weren't private sector, and it was only the National Flood Insurance Program. So Lions has chosen to be in the NFIP. You don't have to if you don't want, but it allows your residents to buy insurance, nobody's denied, at a reduced rate for very basic coverage for your community. And then, as you heard in that note from Bob Brackenridge, then there's frosting on that, and that's called the CRS, and that's the community rating system, where you can get even lower rates if you go above the minimum standards of NFIP. So NFIP, we, as a community, we are saying that we will issue and deny permits and that we are inspecting them, we're keeping our ordinances up. And that will help residents to, you know, get what they need to be in a safe environment. So just to clarify that.
When did we join the program?
When did we find out about that? I think we joined NFIP like, it was pretty early on, 70s,
Oh.
maybe, yeah. Oh, well before the flood. Oh, yeah.
What extra do you have to do to get the CRS record?
Well, he kind of listed some things, but there is a link on here. We didn't know if we were gonna have time to get into CRS, because that would be, we can do another workshop too. But it is another level. Such things like if to be an NFIP, you have to have a freeboard of a foot. You can get more points in the community rating system if you adopt 2 feet above.
Which we have.
We have that one, but I mean, there's a list of, you know, it's kind of like the
You have to-
housing thing.
You have to have stricter requirements to get the CRS than.
You have to have data for every single property that is in there. That
Wow.
You
if
have
you're
to
missing
post,
any piece of the data, you gotta go back and reconcile that, so.
you have to post signs in certain, you know, areas and things like that, that this is a special flood area. I mean, there's a whole list of things you can choose to do. There's different ratings. I mean, you know, you can do, I told, you put an inquiry in to ask, because we were gonna pursue it in after the flood. And then we found out what a handful this was trying to get our arms around and just couldn't do both at the same time. But I think it's a good time to look into it now. I think we have a good experience now with this, and our community is more comfortable with that expectation than it was in 2013 when we came in and said, you have to do this. So we're happy to look into it.
So, say every property, floodplain,
Special
has a checklist for to be CRS rated or to get the CRS rated. All right, so my question is, how many properties in Lyons town limits are covered under NFIP, private insurance?
Mhm.
We have a,
Yeah, it's all, there's a public website that has all of that. You'd be kind of surprised. We wrote it down, there's only 132 policies in town
Really?
With the NFIP.
with NFIP and about a dozen with private. And
So most people-
we're not sure that everybody's covered.
No,
In
not
the-
at all.
in
It's your
the wake- in
choice.
the wake of the flood, I remember the gentleman down on Park or Evans who didn't have flood insurance.
A lot of
He
people
dropped it
don't
because he paid
wanna
off
pay
his
for it.
mortgage. So there are properties in town that are neither private or NFIP covered.
oh, absolutely,
Okay,
plenty.
do we know how many?
I don't.
Well, we have the new maps, we could figure it out.
No, it's just an aside.
Yeah.
I don't need a figure. I'm just wondering how many.
Well, if you only have 123 with insurance, it's not too bad. I mean, when we start looking at these maps, you're gonna see, we have cleared out the floodway quite a bit.
Right.
We have really done a pretty good job making overflow channels and things. So I would say the vast majority of those in the 100-year probably have insurance of some sort. But you can get it in the 500-year too. You can get it anywhere in town.
It's
If
hard
you're-
to
Really?
It's hard to get a mortgage without flood insurance.
I was gonna say.
You can't, yeah.
You can't have a mortgage.
It is a requirement if you have a federally backed mortgage that you have to have it if you're in a special hazard area.
We have a problem with either the NFIP or the
CRS,
CRS with the old grandfather homes that have not been elevated because
Mhm.
they can't increase their footprint and all that kind of stuff, but you weren't required to elevate as long as you,
More
unless your
substantial.
mortgage company makes it good, there's no local or federal requirement, you've got to elevate because you're in the floodplain.
CRS, right.
CRS may have a
That's
problem.
one of the things is you have to have that documentation that shows when the house was built, if there was any substantial, what they call substantial improvements over 50%. So that has to be part of that documentation. If it was before that, it would have.
Since when, I mean, because if you did it before the flood, you didn't have to down the elevate or anything.
I think it goes back to when you joined the NFIP.
Wow, you gotta document that for every house.
So the other thing in line is we have a lot of people that don't have mortgages, so they're not required to have it either. So,
Well,
okay,
and I think this is interesting to note that anybody within the town limits can apply for NFIP because
Sure.
it is becoming more and more difficult for people to get house insurance in general. I know this is.
that's still the policies. And so when we get to the end here, we have a public meeting scheduled for July 22nd, and we're hoping an NFIP representative from FEMA will be there. They're saying they will be there to answer questions from the public. But we'll get through this PowerPoint. The next slide is kind of covering some of those flood fundamentals so that we're all talking the same speak.
Yeah, so just a few basic concepts, types of flooding,
Go through that.
base flood, floodplain, particular to us, what they call riverine floodplain and floodplain mapping.
I'm going to touch upon each of those.
So as the name implies, riverine flooding, definitely we have that in Lyons. That kind of breaks down to what two other categories they talk about a lot is overbank flooding and flash flooding. Overbank flooding is kind of more where it's predicted, you know, where you experience a lot of snow melt or something and it's just the river's gradually rising out of its banks. Flash flooding is more when you have the storm, rainstorm, thunderstorm that sits over you and delivers a lot of water quickly and usually have really high velocity type water running through your river. Coastal flooding, that is not Lyons. And then shallow flooding, we actually do have what they consider shallow flooding zones, which are just kind of a thin sheet of water running overland or typically running down the streets that is another flood zone that they delineate.
And we'll show you those on the map so you can see what they are.
Does that include groundwater when it comes up through the basement? No, okay.
No, it's different.
Somebody for some reason a long time ago decided it was a good idea to state floods by their probability of occurrence. This is the chance of a flood happening in a single year. It gets confused very often and yeah, probably should have been a better way of describing flood flows, but that's how it is. So typical probabilities used by FEMA is the 1% or often called the 100 year, and then the 0.2%, often called the 500 year. Essentially, that means in a given year, there's a 1% chance that that flood could happen. It's often confused. People think it should only happen once every 100 years. It could technically happen 3 times in a year and still statistically be correct if you don't have it for the next 300 years. So,
Yeah, oftentimes after the flood, people would say, oh, we're good for another 100 years. And it's like, no. A 1% means 1% in every given year that it can occur.
so
So we call the 1% the base flood elevation.
And
yeah, that's pretty much what.
Oh, here's the cross section of it.
So yeah, just kind of a visual, you know, a 10-year event would be, you know, much lower than as you kind of go up to a 50, 100, or even a 500 year. And as we said, the 100 years really what the whole program is based around.
And then when we get out to these sites and links, you can go out to your address and it will tell you how much water would be in a 10-year event on your property, how much in a 50, 100, 500. It actually gives actual elevations of, you know, you can expect 6 inches of water in a 20-year event. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Does riverine flooding include gulches that aren't actually riverine, not covered rivers, dry gulches that flood in heavy rainstorms?
I think it would fit along those lines. As far as the NFIP is concerned, it's more whether it's mapped or not. So there's a lot of gulches that if you lived along it would flood and cause damage, but it may not
Right,
be mapped by
I
FEMA.
didn't think it included like icons mapping of, if we have Red Hill Gulch coming down.
It's called the
That is
inundation
different.
area. It's different and you need, it's a different type of insurance. Actually, Erin, would you run to my office and grab those maps on the chair in front of my desk, please? So here's definition of floodplain.
yeah, the floodplain, as far as the base flood, the base floodplain is basically the area that's covered, that will be inundated by water during that 100-year event or the base flood. This is another big term that shows up in our ordinance many, many times is that area that's covered in, like I said, in that 100-year event, it's called the special flood hazard area.
You want them over there?
I'll just sit a little while and look at them so you can see what we're talking about. Yeah. Go ahead.
The special flood hazard area is where the community must enforce the NFIP floodplain regulations. So kind of getting back to your question about gulches or something that are, if they're not mapped by the NFIP, then our regulations don't apply there. They may fall under like our development standards, and we're reviewing that to make sure, but it wouldn't be anything as far as the NFIP is concerned. Another term you'll see a lot, I'm sure you're all familiar with, is base flood elevation. This is basically the elevation that the flood water for the 100-year event will be at that certain point on the map.
So, yeah, we will talk about base flood elevation, and our rules speak about how high above that different types of development have to be. Here's rivering.
Two words or concepts as far as the NFIP and riverine floodplain maps that are kind of a big deal to understand because they really affect what you can do in the floodplain. One is the floodway and one is the flood fringe. The floodway is the river channel that's reserved to pass the base flood without increasing the flood depth. It's typically the river itself plus the banks plus some distance outside. It's usually kind of developed through the modeling that the engineers do for the river, and then we'll tell them how wide that's got to be.
And you'll see maps at the end, but on this map, the purple is the floodway. That's the area reserved for the river, and a little more for that base flood elevation.
The flood fringe, what she's got the map up, is
Green.
basically everything outside of the floodway that is in that 100-year inundation limit. So yeah, kind of the greenish blue, that would be the fringe. So yeah, like I said, everything outside of the floodway that's in that special flood hazard area.
So everything in green has a 1% chance of flooding every year. You're a betting person. And then the gold color is the 0.2, or referred to as the 500-year event. There's a 0.2% chance in every given year that will flood. So the flood we had in 2013 went past the 500. That's why people just offhand knew that that was more than a 500-year event, is it went well past the 0.2 zone.
So how come the South St. Vrain doesn't have a floodway?
In 2012, it had never been mapped. This is the 2012,
Oh, so
and then we have,
I'm sorry, okay, so the new one is.
oh yeah, the new one has the
Oh,
south.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we just expanded our floodplain, our flood zone by. Yeah, that will come up.
Question about a couple of properties I'm familiar with. If they weren't flooded during the 2013 flood, there was no flood water on them. That means they weren't touched by the 500-year plus flood.
Yeah.
But
Well-
yet, some of them are still included in the 100-year floodplain.
They might be, because that's all about the debris. That's about the debris and the Second Avenue Bridge getting so stuck with debris that it went outside the map. This is a map as if the floodway was clear. And we are making progress toward that, but that is why that flood acted so differently. Is there was so many cars and furniture and trees in the floodway, it had to go out of the floodway.
My question, it's bothered me for, I mean,
Which
I know two
property?
different properties. Harkins property is one of them.
Hawkins?
The Harkless
Oh,
property
Harkless.
was not flooded during the flood,
Huh?
yet it remains in the floodplain.
Yeah. interesting. We could take a look at it for.
Anyway, now we're getting sidetracked on that.
So here's the,
Yeah, I know of another.
oh, do we need to go through and remember here?
The only thing I didn't touch on is, from a development standpoint, if you're in the floodway, you can do, essentially, you really shouldn't do much. Is a more better way to put it, but if you are gonna do anything, you have to do what's called a no rise, and that is basically hire an engineer and they have to demonstrate that whatever you're doing will not cause a rise in the river, or if it does, they have to go through a FEMA process, which is a clomer, called a clomer, and then subsequently a loamer.
Conditional letter of map revision, that would be revise these maps that they only do every time.
The flood fringe you can develop without hydraulic analysis. That's kind of why they do it, is so you don't have to go through that process for every time somebody wants to do something. So there's a lot more leniency in the flood fringe as far as development. We just have to regulate it from the floodplain permit standpoint on what people are doing and make sure it fits all the regulations that FEMA has.
Here's a sample of riverine floodplain.
Yeah, so typical cross section of it, you know, like I say, kind of have the floodway in the middle, carrying the majority of the water. That's the area you're trying to reserve for the river. Then the flood fringe is just the area outside that may experience water, but usually has shallower depths, lower velocities, and if you would place fill in there, it would not affect the mapping that FEMA has done.
So the fringe on either side of the floodway is still considered in the floodway. It's not 100 year, right?
It's floodplain. It's flood fringe.
It is on.
It's 100 year flood.
Yes.
Or even.
It can be, the flood fringe is both the 100 and 500.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna talk about mapping.
Differences of the floodplain, not the floodway, or the flood fringe.
Okay.
Other big thing with the NFIP, the regulations, was the floodplain mapping. So they started actually kind of overlaying, like you just saw there, the information, the floodplain limits onto a map of the community so that you could see where your property or your building or structure, whatever, sat versus the floodplain. That floodplain is divided into different zones depending where you're at. For the most part, we're in what they call an AE zone, which means it has someone's done the modeling and established a floodplain or a BFE elevation. The other one that we have is an AO zone. It's kind of down by Spirit Hounds, and that's that shallow flooding that I was just talking about earlier.
So we wanted to show you these. This big stack he brought in is every stretch of the creek through every town in Boulder County. So it's literally without any houses and stuff. This is the mapping of the NFIP to get this end result. We are required by law to keep 2 copies. I don't know why, but 2 copies. They take a lot of room in case anyone ever wants to come in and file for a letter of map revision. They have to prove why this data in their little section is not accurate.
That's just the same green.
Oh, this is all of Boulder County, and we're a couple pages in it, but we have to keep the whole thing.
But it's the
This
same
is one.
grade, but it's only the same grade in
No.
Boulder County. It's
No,
every river in Boulder County.
yeah, it's a lot. And they're split out by cities.
Yeah, that one says
And
4 Mile
panels.
Canyon Creek.
Yeah, no, it's
For
every
example.
flood, every NFIP mapped water feature in our county. This is just our county. Yeah. And then we gotta, this is one set, and they deliver these by mail. It's like $60. And we have to keep 2 of these
No.
I
on.
don't believe we do.
What?
We don't have to pay for them?
No, I'm sure. And
You
if-
personally.
You are paid for it.
You are. But if you ever wanna look at one, that's what people, that data is what then makes these maps. Just so you understand how that kind of works. So like we could pull up the HARCA list, you have to find it, it's all, there's no addresses. You have to find it, but you could look to see why did they, but you could do that. We have about 10 minutes, just you.
Okay.
Anything else on here for now? Okay, so the current firm map is 2012. You don't need to, oh, this is the.
Oh, this is where you
different
said
zones.
A, E, and A,
Yeah.
AO
Well, there's lots, there's like 10 different categories. Those are the two main ones in
in
Lions.
Lions.
And we have to base our decisions on building permits based on this. Oh, here's a sample firm map.
Yeah, exactly. This is a firm map, clip of town. Ours are actually extremely complicated. When you would go look at, say, a firm map for a creek in Nebraska somewhere, you will not find near this many lines or anything. But given the change in elevation we have from one end of town and how meandering the river is, it's a really busy map.
And the south and north median changes it. So every one of these dash marks is an elevation. D 5317, 0.4, 0.7, 5319. So there's a 2-foot change in elevation between those two lines. And so,
You actually won't find those maps on like a simple map. You'll only find these little squiggly lines with an elevation. But given how complex it was
in Lions.
in Lions, they added all these section lines and elevations to the maps.
So thus, I should explain that FEMA had planned to adopt the new maps in 2019. And then there was so much construction and activity still happening. People hadn't got all their stuff recorded to the feds to be able to put in the new maps, they had to put it back. And so we are just now, 5 years later, getting to the new 2024 maps, which have now been finalized. They're unofficial yet, but this is the new map. And the South St. Vrain, for whatever reason, was not in the 2012 mapping, but it is now because of the substantial damage. So now you can see a large percentage of our community is in a floodway. We actually, the biggest changes that we see are on Park Street in Second. This whole area used to be in the 1% zone. That whole, there's like 35 or 40 homes. They are now all purple. The good news is staff have been following. See, it is this. It's been compromised. Some of you were seated, but in 2019, is that when we adopted the effectives?
I think 2020.
Yeah, I think it was 2020.
So in 2020, after Colorado got all their mapping done, they asked every community, this is CWCB, Colorado Water Conservation Board, FEMA is who we work with at the state level. They had all our mapping done, but FEMA was gonna said it's gonna take us another few years to get this all done for the state. And so we adopted this map back in 2020.
That's what's been on the town website ever
Yes.
since, right?
Yeah, it's best available.
Yes.
We use it a lot.
So we have been using this for years. This should not be a huge surprise to the people that are, have changed designations because we've been using it. What happens now is they have been under their insurance of this year's map for that whole time.
They still gonna do that.
Oh, yeah, they got grandfathered to use this until this gets adopted. So although we've been applying the building codes and development stuff, and people are kind of used to what we expect there, they will probably see an insurance change for those zones. Up or down, depends. There is a map we have in here that says if there's an increase or a decrease. So we have one map that shows that for you. But recently, as recent as last week, Justin and I were doing some research. And the federal government is looking at equity and flood insurance. And as you can probably imagine throughout our whole country, a lot of people who are of lesser means live. Think about Louisiana and some of that. They're looking at the equity of flood insurance being higher in areas where the poorest people live, along floodways and rivers all around the country. So we just heard that they are proposing that it goes to a flat fee. And it will be a flat fee to have national flood insurance, but it will have a cap on the coverage. $250,000, which would not go far here.
Who's making that decision?
Reading.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it was a congressional equity bill that they were looking at. So we haven't heard
It's in
yet.
legislation or it's passed?
I got the impression that it was,
We would know if it passed.
they should have told us, but I am hoping we will have clarity on that by the time we meet with the public July 22nd. We need to get through first reading, get this passed before we schedule anything. But if that is the case, it will be the same amount for everyone for the National Flood Insurance Program, but it is a fairly low cap on the value, at least in Colorado.
Someone might be able to buy private insurance on top of it.
Yes. And as we said, we also found out the private insurance market's coming back out nice and strong for folks that need more than 250.
If this equity clause
Yeah.
goes into effect,
Yes.
does it then behoove us to even do the CRS? Because the CRS offers discounts. So we have
Yeah.
CRS.
We'll have to, I don't know that yet. If, I think that's something we'll have to think about, maybe talk to our state reps, our state representatives that we talked to about this. We were pretty, it was kind of a catch-22. It's like, oh, it's great from an equity perspective, but then if it's capped at 250, most of our folks are gonna need private
I'm just legal,
insurance.
I'm curious if it's something that's being pushed in Congress and is by both parties, or is it a Biden administration policy that may not last much longer?
We'll try to find it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this, tonight, what we are asking is for the first reading of our ordinance update. And this is a requirement to be continuing in the NFIP program. You have to have an ordinance and it has to have some minimum standards. And so these are the things that, go ahead, that are in our ordinance that you guys are considering for first reading tonight.
Yeah, it's very similar to the ordinance we already have. It's essentially, though, we were notified that our ordinance has to reflect the correct FEMA mapping, and we still have some references to 2012 in our ordinance. We had some references to a study that was done on McConnell. So it's a lot of just kind of cleaning up some of those outdated references. There was a few minor additions that the state model also with the new update wanted to see in there. Some extremely minor things, like I think they threw HVAC under a lot of the requirements that your house must be elevated, including HVAC. They would add something like that. So really the ordinance update, it's very similar to our old municipal code language. It's just cleaned up so that we reference the right mapping. It fixed, we've noticed a few errors as we were going through it, so it fixed a few of those. And yeah, that was pretty much the basis of it.
Wasn't the town working on a grant to get it remapped since the Second Avenue?
Yep, that's on our list too.
Okay.
Yep. So we kind of talked about this. This was that remapping when we adopted that effective map with CHAMP. It's not gonna. Okay, mark at that one. PMR.
Yeah, so the whole process we're going through is what FEMA calls a PMR, physical map revision. This was started in 2016. I think it was mainly Left-Hand Canyon. It sounds like they ran into a lot of public comment issues. So we're just now finally getting into the them actually adopting the
Here,
map.
And I
So,
can pass one of these around so you can, or a section, if you just kind of want to see what they're talking about.
yeah, as I stated, the big thing we were told with this PMR is that we do have to reference the correct study and have it effective by the October 24th date as part of the NFIP requirements.
Otherwise, we will not be part of their program. Yeah. The second one, we did talk with them. As you know, that ordinance that's in your packet is about 22 pages long. It is a big ordinance. It is the minimum language that they are recommending at the state level for each of the communities in Colorado. And those are the changes that at the bottom there that Justin referenced. So this will be the effect if you adopt the ordinance on first reading and move it to second, is that this would adopt the FEMA new maps, this new map, effective October 24th, 2024. So we have some time to educate folks. And then the map revisions, these are some of the effects we expect on the town.
Yeah, so the PMR could or could not, or may affect insurance rates, may not. It could be both positive and negative. That's really on the insurance side and not on our side.
And
What
here's the
exactly
map.
happens?
Here's
Yeah.
the map of it. So this website has all things you want to know about individual properties in town, including like the depth, the velocity of the water at certain storm levels. Anything in the gold is an increase from the 2012 maps to 2024. Anything in the blue is a decrease.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to get a good print screen of it, but if you go to that website, it's
You can
It's
go.
actually really amazing. They have all sorts of,
It's
if you're an
amazing.
engineer, you nerd out on it. There's all the data you could ever want for a
Well,
flood
if we
audit.
had time, we were gonna take you guys out there, but I don't think we will. But in general, when Trustee Browning, you were referencing why one property might not, as you can see right in the middle of town, right here, there's an island, even though it sits in the floodway, and that is our wastewater treatment plant. And when it was rebuilt, the site was elevated. Well, it was elevated before, but now it's even more so. So that our critical infrastructure would not be in the floodplain. Though FEMA has rules that critical infrastructures can be in a floodway, because in this case, they discharge to the river. So wastewater plants are always near rivers. You know, there's some things like that. But in our case, it is in an island. We wouldn't be able to get to it without walking through water, but the essential infrastructure would be in place and hopefully not damaged in even a 0.2%.
Something that just eyeball, it looks like there might be slightly more decreases
Yeah.
than increases.
So I did want to mention, and we don't have a slide on it, that every FEMA project we did in the river had to have that no rise certification from an engineer saying that we are not increasing the floodway with this project. What happened is after 10 years of development, we have lots of 30, I don't know how many projects are on that list.
Yeah,
A few dozen projects on that list that have never been looked at cumulatively. Plus, we have hundreds of private property certificates and construction work that's been done, but no one has taken a look cumulatively since then. So the town is wanting to do a letter of map revision. We've heard Tracy ask for that. It's called a LOMAR. And what it would do is we would hire a firm to come in and look at the whole, the town limits of all the flood projects that were completed. So that in hopes of, like, this map, the 2024 map doesn't include Second Avenue improvements. It doesn't include the new bridge. So once that's included on these maps, we would expect that whole section of town to go back down. That make sense? But because they were all done individually when the mapping was being done in 2016 and 17, they weren't done yet. They're not counted on this map. So to count those projects done since 2016, we need a LOMAR. A LOMAR for this amount of projects is gonna be, as Tracy is recommending, somewhere in the $350,000 range.
It goes up every year. It's
Every year it goes up in
been
2
talking
years.
about it for years. Okay, so can we just do next steps and wrap this up so we can take a break?
Yeah,
and then-
so I just want you to know, these maps do not reflect that. So, tonight we are scheduled for the first reading. If the board's interested in moving this forward at this time, we were trying to give ourselves plenty of time in case the public needs more community meetings between now and October. We are scheduled for a community meeting at the library, July 22nd. We have been talking about maybe even doing door knockers on anyone in the floodway that may not have been there previously, so they are
Good idea.
for sure no. We have an article going in the paper, we have it going on the utility bill, hoping to get good attendance. CWCB is planning on attending to answer specific questions that we're not able to, or to explain the insurance program better. So we have given 4 weeks between first and second reading here instead of just 2, so that we can host that. So second reading right now is August 5th. It could be published on August 7th, but if we decide we want to put out second reading for another couple weeks, we can. We just have to remember any ordinance then has to have a 30-day publication before it's effective. All this has to be done and buttoned up prior to October 24th, or we are out of the program.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll start a little late. People are still filing in. Welcome, everybody. Let staff read the tables.
Being a brat. You're such a brat. You're such a brat. Stop it. You're just too headstrong. You're too. What is your problem? What are you looking at?
This is the meeting.
No, it's not.
I don't think it started yet.
It should have. Stop it. You are too headstrong. Go back a bit so I can see what is going on. There's no way that head is the right place. Go back. Back. Stop. Just stop it.
Steve's
What did you
iPad,
do?
you're not on mute, just FYI.
We have no video on. Does that mean we can't see them?
I think.
Are we on mute?
No, we're ready. Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for coming. Thank you for your patience as we finished up our workshop a little bit late. Good evening. I will call the Monday, July 1st Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present.
Trustee Hamrick,
Present.
Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Browning,
Present.
and Trustee Delman.
Present.
Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. I'll read the land acknowledgement and then we'll take a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Changes to the agenda.
Yes. I would move that we take up out of order, general business items, Roman numeral 10.2 and Roman numeral 10.3 on the 5-acre rule and the housing futures plan addendum, out of order immediately after staff reports.
Thank you. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
That's due to the number of people that I believe are here to comment on those items, but to make it clear to everybody that's here, the comments on those would occur during audience business as normal. These aren't public hearings, so if you wish to comment on those, the time to do it would be during audience business, not when we reach them a short time later.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, we'll vote on that.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would move that we move item 4 under general business to a date certain. That item is a resolution that approves participation in Prop 1B, which is the county affordable housing tax. And the reason for that is I think it was thought that the group came to an agreement about how these funds would be distributed. It looks like that hasn't quite happened yet, so I would like to move this to a date certain of August 19th to give everybody time to get that settled.
I'll second.
Anyone else? Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, I just shortened our meeting, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so now is the time for our audience business and follow-up. And if you haven't been to a board meeting in a while, things have changed a little bit. So each person will have 4 minutes to speak. Even though there's a lot of you here, I want to give everybody your time. After everybody who wishes to has spoken, the board can address comments. So after everybody speaks, each board member will have the opportunity to respond. And then staff will also have the opportunity to respond before we move on in the agenda. We will take folks in the room first, and then we'll see if anybody online would like to speak. If you are online and you'd like to speak, you're gonna need to use your full real name on the Zoom, and we'll ask you to put your camera on while you're speaking, and you will have 4 minutes as well. So I believe that's it. Oh, and if you could state your name and address for the record when you come up to the podium, that would be great. And I think the clerk has the sign-in sheet. It's still circulating?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, who's the
Who's number 1?
Who's number 1?
Roger.
Come on up, Roger. Nice to see you.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor and the Board of Trustees, name is Roger Flynn and address is 1010 Steamboat Valley Road. I want to talk about two things. One briefly is the addendum to the housing futures plan. I sent a letter on Friday that I think you got. My only suggestion, first of all, I support the proposed addendum. Just a little factual change. It says in the blue line, it talks about the 5450 altitude. Says, for example, land in Upper Steamboat above Vasquez and Horizon is above the blue line. That's true. So is a bunch of other streets. But I mapped it out and actually where the 5450 elevation is, it's actually right at where Fifth turns into Steamboat with the little industrial park there, gateway and everything. So my only suggestion is to change this the sentence that talks about Vasquez and Horizon to for example, land in Steamboat Valley above the intersection of Fifth Avenue and Steamboat Valley Road is above the blue line. I think that would give citizens and developers a better picture as to what we're talking about, where the blue line is rather than further up. So it's, again, I support it, but I think that amendment would be a little better for the facts. The main thing I want to talk about is the 5-acre vote rule. I sent you a letter about that. I fully support the PCD's recommendation. It was overwhelmingly passed 5-1. And basically what it does is to prevent what the county was thinking of doing. As we know, in the IGA process, I sent you the map. Their proposal was to carve out large properties, like the Boone property was 50 some odd acres, and to carve out the developer coming in at 4.8, and then the rest would be 52 or whatever, excuse my math. And that way, the 4.8 parcel, which was proposed, I wanted to pass this out. This was the what the planning department submitted to the PCDC at the February 12th meeting, talking about the extraordinary densities. And you'll see a number of the properties, it's at 5, but the developers were talking about coming in just below. And we think that, or at least I think that we should be protected from the county trying to do this. When the 5-acre road rule, talking to some folks who were here before me, was passed years ago, no one thought that the county would do this. Take a 50-acre parcel, chop it into a 4.8 and a 48 or whatever, the math again. And so I think the proposal from Trustee Browning, as overwhelmingly supported by the PCDC, prevents that from happening. Now, people may say this is a problem looking for a solution, but we know from the draft IGA, we know from the planning department documents, and we know, remember that the town hall meetings we had at the library, that's why a lot of people showed up. You're doing what? You're going to allow people to come in under 5 to avoid the citizen vote? I think we should protect the citizen vote from this type of deal or plan or whatever that the county was proposing up there. And, you know, it doesn't hurt the town. Citizen votes, I mean, democracy and all that stuff, it really supports the town. I mean, if this is never going to happen, some people will say, oh, don't worry about it. This is never going to happen. Well, this is not an idle exercise. This was on the table in the IGA discussions until the citizen uproar slowed that process down. And so I think this is a great amendment. It doesn't hurt the town one bit. And if a development plan is going to come in at 4.8, and they have to do it because it was artificially carved out by the county and the developer, if it's a good annexation plan and it goes to a vote, it'll pass. Bad plans don't pass. Good plans will pass. So I think we should protect the town of Lyons and the citizens of Lyons from this potentiality, which, you know, a year ago I wouldn't have thought was possible. I didn't think the county would do this. It's a real possibility now. Now, there's been no proposals officially, no annexation proposals, but this is a problem.
Thank you.
That's my
That's your
cue.
cue.
So thank you very much for considering.
Thank you, Roger.
So hold the pause, please.
Thank you.
Here's the,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Next, we have Jerry Johnson, followed by Anita Miller.
I'm switching my number 2 position with Anita, who's number 3.
Just because I can introduce this, because I have the visuals. So we're very excited.
Name and address, please.
Oh, Anita Miller, 1019 Horizon Drive.
Thank you.
we're just really excited that on the 24th of July, we get to unveil this beautiful sculpture.
Can you do a slower turn toward the audience?
Oh,
That was
sorry.
pretty
How's
fast.
that?
Do like, yeah, but like turn
Oh.
around.
Okay,
And
so Lions, how about if I read at the same time?
yeah, okay, great.
Lions is set to unveil this heartfelt tribute to one of its most beloved figures, thank you. With the debut of this bronze sculpture honoring Laverne Johnson, created by Christine Knapp. This sculpture captures the essence of her enduring legacy and her profound impact on the community. So mark your calendars for July 24th, right across the street here from 4:30 to 6. We're gonna just carve off the street there of Railroad for a couple of hours. The square dancers will come, but Jerry will talk about that. And the sculpture is gonna capture the essence of Laverne's legacy of service and sacrifice to her town. And we are so excited to share this history that's gonna be around for generations and inspire for generations. And we still do need a few donations.
How much do you need?
Well, we're shooting for about 6 to 8 because we're
100.
no,
1,000.
6 to 8,000 is the total goal that's left, and so we need about 4 of that 6. Yeah.
So if we get more, we might do more landscaping or anything over and above that would go to Mom's Lions Redstone Museum on that. So that's kind of our strategy, but I think as long as we got money coming in, it's gonna go to
Yeah, who do you
the
do?
Lions Historical
So-
Society.
Yeah, and
I
we
mean,
have a flyer here
Lions-
that we can I? share
Arts
it
and
and read
Humanities.
this?
Yeah.
It's going
You can
through
make
Lions
that.
Arts and
You might be
Humanities
better out there.
Commission.
I have it.
So this is audience business. We need to make sure we do one at a time to ensure the fairness for all the other participants. So I understand.
You're running the time. Victoria's keeping time, and for the record, can you just state your name and address, Jerry, please?
Well, I'm Jerry Johnson. Most of the people know me as Laverne's son. So after the unveiling of my mom's special statue, we're hoping to have 2 or 3 squares of square dancers to dance on the road that's right next to the baggage cart that my dad donated to the town. And our caller is going to be Dave Gill from Cheyenne. So the Red Rock Ramblers, who my mother and dad, they started that club in 1958. So our caller is going to be Dave Gill, and he's calling from Cheyenne, Wyoming. So the Red Rock Ramblers were noted for bringing in out-of-state callers that most people in Colorado would not have danced to over time. So that's what they were known for. So our caller is Dave Gill, and he when I was contacted him, he said, I got a plaque from your mother thanking me for 30 years of calling for 30 seasons at the Red Rock Ramblers. So then we added 9 more years to that. So he called during 39 seasons of the 64 years of the Red Rock Ramblers. So pretty cool. Now, we danced up at the elementary school for 60 years. So then our helpers were getting old and decrepit, kind of like my mother and I were. So we had to finally give it up, but Mom couldn't drop it cold turkey. So she got a hold of the Square Dusters and the Foot and Fiddle. They're the square dance clubs in Windsor and Fort Collins. And she talked them into holding 3 or 4 dances as a partnership with the Red Rock Ramblers. So we did that from the final 4 years. So she was in the middle of planning for the 2022 dances when she passed away. But we still held the 3 dances that she was planning with the other 2 clubs. We held the 3 dances to honor her. So then last year, they had another tribute dance to my mother through the Square Dusters and the Foot and Fiddle. And they're also going to have another one July 13th. So this is really looking like an annual event. So the good thing Dave Gill, who's gonna be calling at our program, the unveiling program, he's also calling on July 13th. And that's the tribute dance to my mother. That's gonna be held in Johnstown. So I can pass out all the fundraiser flyers, and we're still working on our agenda. We're looking for different speakers, but then I can also pass out our program flyer. So it'll be pretty nice. And then finally, today, I emailed Linda Goebel. She's on the State of Colorado Square Dance Committee, and she will send this fundraiser flyer and also the program flyer. Once we get that put together, she'll email that out to several square dance, probably several hundred square dancers in the state of Colorado. So it'll be pretty nifty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you leave the photo with the statue here?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll leave this
No,
one
you don't
too,
have to.
in case
Thank you.
anybody wants to scan that. And
It
then
looks
we all-
great.
Anybody doing $250 or more will have their name permanently on the plaque.
We should have given people numbers and, things to hold up. Like
Yes.
it's a, didn't think about that.
So, happy news.
Thank you.
Next we have Jonathan Corson Riker, followed by Amy Donnell.
Hi, Jonathan Corson Reichert, 1009 Horizon Drive. I also wanted to endorse, speak in favor of both the addendum to the Housing Futures Plan and the proposed revision to the ordinance on the 5-acre rule. On the Housing Futures addendum, I think it came to light that there were a number of omissions and in fact, some errors of fact in the Housing Futures Plan, so I think it's very important that corrections made. I think it will have a much stronger impact long term. Then briefly on the 5-acre rule, I think what we are looking at here, we first would speak in terms and to endorse the PCDC recommendation, which at 5-1 was a clearly very strong vote in favor of this change. I see it as a good compromise, a simple change that people can understand. It doesn't reduce the size of the proposed annexations, which would come to a vote. I think it's got some, it's a very simple and elegant way to help clarify what we know is a very hot button issue to those of you who attended the library meetings. I think there are people, many people there who prefer to force a vote on every single annexation, regardless of size. So this, I think, is a reasonable way to keep it to the same size, but to clarify an issue which appears to be related to a change in the accounting approach from wanting to have small parcels consolidated into larger parcels to conform to the 35-acre rule. Suddenly, we're seeing them wanting to subdivide parcels in order to make them development ready. And that change, I think, reflects that there's a change also since the original ordinance passed, that at the time and even as late as the master plan that was passed, the understanding was that these areas adjacent to the town would have a maximum of 1 acre zoning if brought in, and the current proposals that were part of the IGA went as high as 12 or 16 units per acre. So I think a 5-acre parcel could potentially have 60 or even higher, possibly as high as 80 units. And that's a pretty massive impact on the town. So I think it'd be very important to have a vote on that kind of major change to the town. So I see it also as a way, like where Roger, a way to increase town authority over land use decisions, so that if landowners or developers wanted to work directly with the town to carve out parcels, the town would have no particular role in that or no automatic voice in that. And this helps the town and its residents have more of a voice in this. And finally, what is anybody afraid of? A good proposal should pass. This is a good way to increase transparency. If it's a good annexation proposal, I think it should pass on its own merits. And I think what we're avoiding here, heading off at the pass, is a widespread perception of the town that this is a manipulation of the law, violating the original spirit of it in a way to allow sort of edging around by a technicality of what was the original intent of the law. So I see it as I strongly endorse this as a positive change and a good clarification in the interest of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please, no pause. Hold your applause until the very end, if you don't mind.
Amy Donnell, 395 Vasquez Court. I would also like to speak about the amendment to the 5-acre rule. I have a real problem that we as a town are allowing the county and the developers to somewhat control the growth of our town. Without having transparency and the input of the citizens of the town, whether it be a vote, meetings, something about this plan with the county, you've left us that we really just kind of don't trust, or I personally don't trust how it was done earlier through the previous BOT to try to push this through without having input or awareness to us. I lived here when we voted on that the 5-acre rule. It passed overwhelmingly. It was out there. We understood it. There were a few properties that had somewhat been discussed behind the scenes. I did have a husband in politics, so that did help me into a bit. But to me, you're kind of trying to just, well, we can do this without you. You know, we vote you all in to lead us, to make good decisions for the citizens, and with some trust. And I feel there was a little bit of waiver there with all the meetings that public wasn't aware of, the discussions that were taking place. And the fact that even the county admitted at the library that, yeah, we will do that, which I thought was a little shocking. I think it's really sad to know that there was no transparency on this. It was forced by citizens for transparency. Thank you for having this meeting to listen to us. I want to thank you for having the task force. That was a wonderful idea for the past DOT. And Holly, thank you. I think the makeup of the task force was great. You have people from all areas of town, which is wonderful. I do think by eliminating people in the county was a big mistake, because what you're talking about proposing is going to affect neighbors that aren't in the city right now. However, you're going to make property next door to them become annexed for 30, 50, 60 homes without their input. I think it's totally unfair. I know they don't have presence, not being, you know, and they don't have a right to vote, but I think their voices should also be heard. In closing, I really hope you listen to all of us and listen to the community. If this is I agree with what I guess it was Roger said, if this is such a grand idea, let us vote on it. Take it to a vote, explain it to the citizens, and let us determine whether we think this is a great idea or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up.
Next, we have Andrea Marshall, followed by Kelly Sprout.
Thank you.
Andrea Marshall, owner of property at 218 High Street, Lyons resident for 16 years. My home was built in 1922 and is on a 7,000 square foot lot. And this is in regard to the 1929 ordinance. I have questions about the 1929 ordinance repeal. Is it 3 properties in town that you're looking at, or is it 10 properties in town? I didn't see a map attached to any of the documents in the packet. It says on one page in the packet that the change in the ordinance will provide 10 new lots. Is that from 3 properties, or is that from 10 properties? Also, are these properties being selected only by aerial view, which does not give the full picture? I was disappointed that the planning commission passed this ordinance without virtually seeing at ground level the properties that are involved with this ordinance in my neighborhood. As of the last meeting, I'm not opposed to Dan Lee building a one-story house on the lot across the street at 217 High Street. Across the street from that lot and next door to me at 226 High Street is a beautiful large historic home originally built in 1903 on a large lot. The prior owners lived there from 1993 till 2015. They added on to the original 1903 house at some point, extending their home into the second half of the property. The garage at the back of the property was also extended into the second half of their property. When we were buying our home, they told us no one could ever build on this other part of the lot because we extended into it, which relied on the 1929 ruling. So we felt secure buying our home knowing that was the situation. Regarding the third property, which is behind me on the alley, I want to make the board aware of the severe physical limitations of building on this steep property with its historic solid terraces that hold the hillside together, and of the historic drainage situation which cannot be changed. The property is on steep and narrow Stickney Alley between 2nd and 3rd Avenues, commonly known as the Sledding Hill. For the past 100+ years, and currently, Stickney Alley has been and is the drainage channel for the runoff on this hillside from the storms we get. My property and driveway and that of the neighbors on either side of me border the alley and are raised a few inches on the south side of the alley, but it's raised a few inches above this alley. So our properties have not been affected by the runoff on the hill mentioned in or the runoff from the property mentioned in the ordinance. Any future approvals for building on that property would need to not allow any flow of water onto my property or my neighbor's property, as Stickney Alley has been the historical water drainage channel. I encourage, I encourage the planning department, planning commission, and town board to pursue housing in the eastern quarter where there are more future opportunities to have multi-use buildings with housing and affordable housing. I encourage you to assist our firefighter, Lee Williams, with the red tape he's having to deal with, either from our town or Boulder County, in order to get his apartments completed. Some of his future tenants have waited 1.5 years for their apartments, which are standing empty right now. As I stated last meeting, putting high-density housing in Lyons' historic neighborhoods is not the answer to our housing concerns. And rents are too high right now for those who want to live in Lyons' existing rentals and ADUs. Please don't sacrifice our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Who's next?
Kelly Sproul, followed by Daniel Sproul.
All right, Kelly Sproul, 415 Vasquez Court. Thanks for being here. First, I want to speak to an experience I had that revealed a detrimental dysfunction in the town staff and board of trustees' ability to listen to the residents of Lyons, and specifically myself. Tanya, you're a representative for the people of our town. And at my son's preschool fundraiser, you attacked my character. I sat down for some small talk based on 3 minutes of audience business and citizen input, which we're encouraged to do and be participating in the town. You slandered me as someone that kicked poor people out onto the streets. That is incredibly irresponsible and incorrect. If the beliefs that you hold in your mind filter the words that I said in previous meetings into not liking poor people, the words that you used, which I wouldn't, then I think the writing on the walls is clear. One of the initial efforts of the task force has been to learn what processes and data went into the creation of the draft IGA. However, so far from what I've heard, all that's been proven is that there is no logical database criteria or format for drafting the currently disputed IGA. There seems to be a gaping lack of accountability and dodging responsibility, such as the critical flaws in the housing futures plan that are addressed in the amendment And the 5-acre loophole, I won't speak to it because other people have spoken enough to it. My hope is that we don't have to keep repeating the same thing. I want to tell my toddler one direction once, and if it's pretty common sense, then that's what goes into place. I feel really like I walked into the middle of the playground with him at school and he took a poop on the ground and is standing there pointing to others to take responsibility for him. I am really feeling tired of having to show up and say kind of the same thing over and over, to be attacked, my character, when I am a good person. I do good things for other people. I am a good community member, and that's being attacked because I'm showing up and speaking for the people of my community. I just ask that you guys take care of what needs to be taken care of without so much struggle, so the task force can have sound documents to develop the necessary criteria to provide input on its supposed purpose. Hopefully it'll be shown that its purpose is what we've been told. And progress can be made on one of the most important documents to our town that lays the groundwork for the next 20 years of development. And I'm boggled if it is argued that there doesn't need to be sufficient technical, economic, environmental, social analysis, and more in order to create this document. This is not just another thing flying in the wind that doesn't dictate really big moves for the town of Lyons. We're all here for a similar reason. We all are capable of using our logical minds. It's the higher mind that we've all been gifted as human beings. And the good and maybe the inconvenient news is we, the people, have the power. That is that. So you can either work with that or fight against it and struggle. And I really request, again, from just one clear mind to, I know we're all capable of having clear minds, stop fueling the nonsense and really wasting all of our collective time. It's pretty clear what needs to be adopted, accepted, so that things can move forward. And yeah, not making personal attacks based on 3 minutes of speaking at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Daniel Stroud, followed by Liz Forster. Sorry, I'm sorry if I butchered that.
All right, so this is a real life analogy.
Could you please start with your name?
Stroud. I live at 415 Vasquez Court. This is a real life analogy of what my wife just spoke to. I have a giant piece of trash now on my property that came from your house that is so big that it would require 2 or 3 people to lift it. And to me, like what are we fighting for here? You know, like this person that you defended that lived in our house left this giant mess that includes X property from your $1 million plus house that you're remodeling. What are we doing? Like, please come and get me. Because for me to dispose of this is going to cost a lot of money. And you know, I hope that this is understood, that this is something that is this is when reality hits ideology. You know, when things actually start to become a reality of what we're dealing with.
Daniel, would you mind addressing the board?
Well, I'm addressing the people as well. So call me, you know, let's have a conversation. Because right now this is not a two-way thing, you know, and I would love to have this conversation. So, you know, if you can, I'll give you my number right now, and we can address this. This entire thing was so incredibly inappropriate, you know, and it might seem personal, but it is a microcosm of what is occurring right now in this town. And it is unacceptable and it needs to be remedied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz? Okay. And then followed by Tim Ornelas.
Hi, my name is Liz Forster. I live at 1110 Fifth Avenue on Upper Fifth. And
won't take too much of your time, but I would like to respectfully echo the first speaker, Roger's sentiments on amending the blue line to reflect the corner at Fifth and Steamboat, and also in support of the amendment to the 5-acre rule. And that's where I'll leave it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Tim Ornelas, followed by Marty Gould.
Tim Ornelas, 1007 Horizon Drive. I also would like to echo Roger's comments about the amendments proposed for the 5-acre rule, and hope that they do indeed get passed by the Board of Trustees. I also would like to encourage the townsfolk like myself to turn away from all the reasons we had discontent with the way things happened previously and look forward to the way things can work out going forward. I appreciate Mayor Ruggan's creation of a task force and the board's agreement to do so. And hope that going forward, we can have more open discord as we begin to exercise annexations, hopefully with the new proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Gould, followed by Liz Early.
Hi, I'm Marty Gould, 1568 Steamboat Valley Road. I'm not a resident of Lyons. I live in this area that I call the encroachment area. And first off, I'd like to concur with everything Roger says. I think that amending the 5-acre rule to make sure that when small parcels are carved out of larger parcels, it somehow to me, it violates the spirit of the 5-acre rule. And whether somebody's found a loophole around that, it's just disingenuous. And it makes total sense that the people in this town get to vote. I don't get to vote. I can watch the town move closer and closer to my house. I can remember the story of, the lady, they say, well, why did you want to keep chickens in town? Why did you move to town? And she said, well, the town moved to me. And that's kind of the way I see it here. I'd also like to say I've prepared too much for this. And so if I have a Joe Biden moment, excuse that. But when I moved here, there were a few things that I thought were pretty much set in stone. One of them was a 35-acre rule. It said you really can't build on property in Boulder County unless it's been subdivided sometime before a lot of you were born. And that pretty much is set in stone for me. Then in 2012, the IGA said, well, these properties in contention now, they're supposed to be rural preservation. I thought that sounded really good, but 12 years later, they said, well, maybe we could put 12 houses per acre on this rural preservation. You could plant a tree on that property in 12 years, it would be about this tall. Preserving this land is a delicate thing. And the people who live outside of the town are generally good stewards of their land. And to be encroached on is a real violation of our personal space, our use of our property, our just general peace of mind as we watch, what I consider to be a land taking. I don't understand why the IGA comes off like this. So I see this as an end run around the rules, violates the spirit of the rule. And I think that the public outcry, when this became known, really set the stage for what's happening. That people want to have some form of self-determination, and they elect people that they hope support their ideals. And I don't see that happening right now. I think that the duty of the town is to serve the citizens who live here and not to roll over to development. And when I look at the website for the town of Lyons, the first picture is this idyllic picture of a small town sitting at the bottom of a watershed, which is Steamboat Valley. And I don't think that picture is going to look the same after some of these developments go through. I think it's going to be really an ugly thing. And the other thing is that people who live near these subdivisions, it affects them in a negative way beyond which we can enumerate. And the first one is that after all these subdivisions come in, an appraiser comes by your house down here that was built in 1950 or something and says, oh, guess what? Your house is now worth $500,000 more, and here's your new tax bill. And so if we don't do something to control the growth in this town, we're really betraying the people who live here, who have made their lives here, who want to stay here. And we don't want to create another Lahania. We don't want to have a situation where there's too many people with not enough access to get out. And so I really appeal to you folks to use your common sense and stop this kind of rolling over for future development in an uncontrolled
Can you please
way.
wrap up?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz Early, followed by Rob Miller.
I'm Liz Early, 1011 Steamboat Valley Road. And I'd like to say ditto regarding what everybody else said. I also am going to ask you to please vote for the amendment to the 5-acre rule. Let's not let Boulder County dictate what we become. And also, we should be in charge of what happens in Lyons, all of us, not vote no. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rob Miller at 1019 Horizon Drive and supporting of the 5-acre amendment that we heard about. And I think, the two reasons I'm looking at is consistent with the intent of what, historically was. But I also think that, this could affect me very well in our area. And I, like Roger, think that if the development is good, then the town should vote on it. And that's a great opportunity. And it's not just democracy, but it's about evaluation, assessment, and everything that's going on. So I appreciate the fact that if this town sees that's what's needed, that's great. But I want to do it under the guise of what this amendment says. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ed Russell, followed by Catherine Russell.
I'm Ed Russell, 770 Steamboat Valley Road. Mayor Rogan, trustees, town staff, thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to speak to the 5-acre rule amendment. It seems this really comes down to a question of, do you trust your citizens? I ran across this quote from late President John F. Kennedy, who said, a nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its people. So I think in the context of the 5-acre rule, why should the town be afraid of its voters? Are they incompetent to make these annexation decisions? Are the voters an impediment to implementing an unpopular agenda? In a recent Facebook post, we, the group of supporters for this 5-acre rule amendment, were referred to as a small group of citizens. If that is indeed true, then there should be no problem in passing future annexations in the citizens' vote without sub 5-acre carve-outs in advance. Consequently, I urge this board to bring this amendment to a board vote and to approve. Then very quickly on the housing future plan addendum, I think we all know it corrects numerous mistakes and an unattainable growth curve. And I encourage the board to approve the resolution adopting this addendum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ed.
And Catherine Russell.
Kind of feel like I'm the last person at graduation to get their diploma. I am Catherine Russell at 770 Steamboat Valley Road. In the year 2000, the 5-acre rule was voted in by the Lyons citizens as a healthy check and balance to a development zealous town board who first approved the second Stone Canyon annexation that was repealed in a citizens initiative and the attempt at the Forsberg flagpole annexation. Fast forward to today, and surprisingly, the traditionally conservation-oriented Boulder County is exerting development overreach by attempting to skirt the 5-acre rule to exclude the vote of the Lions community by permitting carve-outs of larger parcels at just under 5 acres to make available for annexation and development. Therefore, I respectfully request that the Board of Trustees accept the PCDC recommendation to approve this proposed amendment to preserve citizen approval of larger annexations to give voice to the very people who are directly impacted by these decisions. Concerning the critically important addendum corrections to the proven flawed and erroneous housing future study, I respectfully request the Board of Trustees approve and incorporate these corrections. Especially up our way in Steamboat Valley, we have significant health and safety issues due to very high wildfire risk, no adequate water, or an adequate egress route in case there is a wildfire disaster in our valley. Therefore, I sincerely believe that there can be no sound planning based on flawed figures in this analysis. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's it on my list.
Oh, you're the valedictorian.
I am, that's why I said that.
Okay, so if there's no one else in the room, we'll move to the folks online. If you are online and you'd like to speak, you can raise your virtual hand or take yourself off or put yourself on video, take yourself off mute.
I don't see any.
I'm not seeing anyone who would like to do that. So then we will move on to board replies and then staff responses if they would like. So we'll start at this end with Trustee Hammer.
The only reply I have, I'm the board liaison to the IGA task force. And there's 7 members that were geographically appointed around town. So I would strongly encourage to reach out to any one of those members, whether you live in town or in the unincorporated area, reach out and provide them with your views. Just to say, the task force, I think we had our 4th or 5th meeting today, and it's been a struggle. And I'm a liaison, I'm sitting there listening, as well as with the PCDC liaison and staff members, but it's not easy. It seems very simple at face value, but once you dig into it, this task force is really starting to understand more about it, and it's not an easy task force they've volunteered for. So anyway, I just encourage you to reach out to those members and provide your input. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gaffney, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would like to invite everybody who is here to support the Laverne Johnson sculpture by showing up at the unveiling on July 24th. And if you have your checkbook here or you have some extra cash, I think the town of Lyons is accepting checks on behalf of the Arts and Humanities Commission. Is that correct? Administrator Sims?
They've now switched over to the museum.
To the Redstone Museum. So any checks should be made out.
If you want it to be tax deductible.
Okay. So as liaison to the Arts and Humanities Commission, this is a pretty exciting project. I also want to thank Andrea Marshall for showing up tonight and for inviting me to come take a look at those 3 lots. It is my understanding that there are 10 potential properties that could be subdivided. Again, this is something that the property owner would have to decide. Is that correct? Right. So it's just a potential. And I'd like to address people showing up at the Board of Trustees to take issue with something that is personal between us. I would invite people who have a personal issue with me to email me, and we will discuss this outside of the board's time. So,
yeah.
No, I'll reserve comments until we get into the issues. There's some comments in there.
One quick comment to the county residents.
the county, this whole process of considering an IGA is going on at the county as well as the town. And the town board, both prior board and this board, have had a lot of citizen input from both citizens and non-citizen clients about what's being put in front of us. I would encourage everybody, both citizens, the citizens of Lyons are also residents of the county. I would encourage everybody to contact the county commissioners, just like you contacted the town board. And if you want input at the county level, because they've got to make decisions too, let them know it. It's not really, as I see it, the town board's place to relay concerns to the county. There's no reason county citizens can't contact their commissioners or the staff directly, so I would encourage you to do so. And I'll preserve the comments till we reach it.
I have a bunch of comments, but I'll wait on them, except to say that, there is an opening on the planning commission. If anyone would like to apply for that. And to say that the county commissioners take public comment, I believe on Thursday mornings. Do you know if they have sort of an open comment period? I would look at the county commissioner website to see when that is, and encourage that as well. And then I will turn it over to staff, Administrator Simonson, if there's anything you'd like to address.
Would the board prefer I comment here or?
I think it's up to you.
I think I want to, if I may, reply to one now, just to clear up something that I continually heard by several people that is absolutely not accurate. And that is the county never proposed carving up lots to less than 5 acres. I don't believe I ever missed a meeting with the county. No one from the county ever suggested that. So as you're saying that, that is total inaccuracy and a falsehood, okay? I can tell you that the breaking up of those parcels was based on the topography of the project, of the properties that we were discussing. And that we didn't measure the exact size of developable areas of those parcels. It was purely looking at those lots, what made sense to remain as rural preservation and what portion might be able to be developed. I don't know if they're 5 acres or 6 or 4 or 3. I just know that we made hash marks on the area that both the county and the town felt should be preserved in perpetuity. So it is neither the county nor the town purposefully made those less than 5 acres. I can guarantee you that. Secondly, regarding the Jerry Johnson's discussion about the Red Rock Ramblers, I believe he was wanting to request from the board a closure of Railroad Avenue during that time.
Oh.
So that the Red Rocks Ramblers could perform on Railroad Avenue there instead of on the newly seeded area. And so I will make that request on his behalf if the board would consider closing Railroad Avenue. It is not a weekend day from just the corner of Fifth and Railroad to up to the depot building, not impeding the sheriff's parking. Just, it's like a half a block.
Should we answer that now, Brandon?
Well, I think,
okay?
actually, I have the ability to do that if there's a written request, but I don't believe his request ever got out there.
Yeah.
So,
Brandon?
in this case, because it's a primary road, I feel like the board should decide that.
Does it have to happen at this meeting? I mean,
No, well, I guess for their planning, they probably want to know.
yeah, I mean, we didn't notice it, you know, as part of what's going to happen. If the event was happening this weekend or something, I could see the case where you put it at the end of the meeting. I mean, I don't feel it's appropriate at this part of the meeting, but if you're wanting a board vote on it, I think it'd be better to wait.
Okay.
We'll chat about it.
And then my last comment was in regard to the 1929 plat. The ordinance is written to include all parcels in the 1929 plat.
We are not singling out any one or another. Some of those parcels are currently double lots that have a house or two right in the middle. So obviously, they're probably not interested in subdividing, but if it's someday those change and that house is no longer there or the buildings aren't, that owner would have the ability to subdivide. And in regard to the topography challenges on some of those, we have a process in place already through our Board of Adjustments that people can request waivers from setbacks due to topographical challenges that don't make it feasible to meet the exact requirements on a parcel. So just some clarification there as well, that when we make an ordinance, we're making it for a long term. We're not, just looking at the current uses and buildings on that parcel. That's it.
That's it. Okay, great. All right, then, any other staff want to make any brief comments before we move along? Okay, move into staff reports. Boulder County Sheriff's Office. Welcome, Sergeant Sears. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. First thing, everyone probably heard today, the fire band number 1 was enacted. Town's been good at sending out the information, so if you have questions on what you can and can't do, you can look on the Lions website or the Boulder County OEM website. But essentially for level 1, it's mostly restrictions on public lands. And then the biggest thing for the town is really in the parks, just the charcoal grills will be covered up, can't use those. But the campsites, they'll still allow to have, their camping and tents or RV sites, they can still have like propane grills and stuff like that.
But no fireworks.
Yes, absolutely no fireworks, include legal fireworks that you can buy in town. So I think there's just one fireworks stand in the county. I think it's south of Boulder. But we let them know, so really they can't sell fireworks in unincorporated Boulder County either. So, obviously the tubing ban was lifted, but just a few weekends ago I worked one of the days in the parks and it was super busy with tubers. Even still now, the water's still running pretty hard and fast. And even if you think you're a good swimmer, it's totally different in the river. So I would suggest and recommend wearing life jackets, especially for little kids. So it's pretty scary to see how many people, especially young kids, that don't have life jackets on. Because all it takes is for them to hit their head on a rock and go downstream for quite a ways. So. And the parks doing a good job trying to work out some of the small and bigger issues in the parks, lowering the capacity and stuff like that. So it seems working, but they've all been working really hard to keep the parks running smooth and make them a fun place. So just some follow-up from last meeting. So the turn lane at 5th and Broadway has been repainted and also throughout town. It's much better than what it was. I hear less honking, but I still hear honking. So see how long the lanes last. And then on the traffic plate on West Main, I put after the meeting 2 weeks ago, I went and put one of our extra cars out there, and like my dad was telling me, coming into town, people are like flashing their lights out and get them slow down. So it worked, but if I don't move it every once in a while, people are like, "Oh, it's just a dummy car." So maybe I'm gonna get like a mannequin put in there. Yeah. And then I ran some traffic out there last weekend or that week on Saturday, and there's a lot of traffic, so it's hard for us to, depending on where we're sitting at, to catch up to them without like making it more dangerous for people. So when there's a lot of traffic, it's hard for us. But I got a guy going almost 70 on that merge lane going out of town, and so felt good about it. And he admitted, he's like, "I'm just trying to get in front of this car." I'm like, "I get that, but then you're just getting stuck behind somebody else." So hopefully that helps a little bit. So our flock camera finally got put up last Tuesday, I believe, the 24th, on 5th and Evans for southbound traffic leaving town. So that got put up a little bit faster because that's in the town right away. So we didn't have to get a CDOT permit for that. But all the other 4 cameras are in pending permits right now, so hopefully soon for those. And then the 2024 model traffic code update we did, it went into effect June 23rd. However, we're still not using the updated fine schedule and surcharge yet. It's just our electronic Brazos tickets that 95% of deputies use. I've literally spent like a week and a half trying to update it because they're like, oh, here you go, here's all the codes, and go through every single one of them, make the changes. And I think I'm adding like 128 additional traffic charges. So I just finished it up today. I'm just waiting on hear back from the vendor about a couple questions. So hopefully that'll get updated soon. Again, 2 weekends ago, well, actually I've seen quite a bit, but I guess there's been a lot of talk about this young bear cub that's been running around town. I actually saw him not this last Sunday, but the Sunday before that, just north of the Circle K, running around. I was like, oh, it's like 95 degrees out, and you've gone like a half mile, and I didn't see your mom. So, so I talked to animal control, and it's a yearling, so it's away from its mom. So they said they'll leave him alone unless he gets in trouble.
Yeah.
I can just go into stats. So I apologize. I was in SWAT training most of last week, so I didn't have time to gather the stats, but I did send them a little while ago. If you guys want a copy of it, the Victoria or Dolores can give one, but I'll just go over real quick. June of this year, our calls were at 308, and that's 24 more from this time last year. Year to date, it's just under 1,400. That's up 98 from last year. Tickets in June were 75, and that's one up from last year in June. And then year-to-date tickets are at 291, which is down 12 from last year. Accidents are still high, but we didn't have as many in June. We had, so far we have 23, and we had 7 last year this time. So it's still quite a bit. And then flock stuff, the weekend of June 15th and 16th was our busiest month. We just had over busiest weekend of the year. Just over 19,000 cars come into town. And then all of June, we got almost 223,000 cars come into town. And that's about 35,000 more than June of last year.
Wow.
That's part of it. It explains how busy, like, the town's been super busy this last month.
Yeah.
Our plate hits are about the same. No stolen vehicles have come into town, but mostly just stolen plates and sex offenders. But with the stolen plates, I know there's 5 or 6 cars in town, or that come through town quite often that, like, their front plate was stolen, and so it's still entered as stolen, but it's the rear plate's one that's getting picked up. So not all of those are actually stolen plates coming into town. And just another reminder, just make yourselves a hard target. See something, report it timely, not 3 days later, and just keep your homes and vehicles locked without stuff playing.
Thank you. Questions? Trustee Roll?
Yeah, I have one question. What is the Boulder County Sheriff's guideline on expired plates, and specifically expired paper plates, dealer plates? I went by one the other day. It had a March 2023 date on it.
You will get a ticket. So part of the model traffic code, which I was super excited about, was we adopted it's kind of like a blanket registration ordinance that kind of covers a lot of the major violations we see, because technically registration is not under the model traffic code. It's under the Title 42 traffic code for Colorado. Basically, when you get everything updated, it'll be $100 fine for anything registration, any violation, $100 plus 35 for a surcharge. So that's expired plates, doesn't matter how long. A lot of people think, well, my plate's expired in June, I get a 30-day grace period. Well, you do, but that's with the DMV. So technically, if your plate's expired June of 2024, July 1st, they're expired.
But I take it this isn't one of your priorities, though.
I mean, we see it, we'll stop it. And, I mean, for us, mostly it's speeding in town for traffic and that, and like parking complaints and abandoned vehicles. But You know, the town's been great about emailing me or calling about, hey, this car's been parked here for 3 months or whatever. Once we follow up on it and are able to contact the owner or somebody who knows them, it's usually moved within a couple days, so. But yeah, so if we see them, I mean, I've seen 2019, I've seen 2020, so I mean, it's and the state fees or state tickets for that are a little bit lower than what the town charges. So. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a question regarding water safety. So I know that the town has taken measures to put up life rings and to put up exit signs. I believe that the concession stand also is giving life jackets with tubing rentals. Is that correct?
He requires all gear,
requires.
helmets,
So
vests, shoes.
I'm nervous about the water levels and the number of people in the water who aren't wearing life jackets. I'm not sure what else we can do.
So talking with Ray's very experienced. He has these rental companies all over the place, and I chatted with him the other weekend for a while, and pretty much every other municipality, at least that he works in, has a life jacket ordinance, like a fine. Like he said, Golden, I think it's $150 fine if, no matter what, if you're in the water without a life jacket on. So that's something, our next phase of updating charges and ordinances in town is everything other than traffic, and that was something I was going to talk to the judge and the attorney and prosecutor in town about, whether that's, you know, certain age limit or when the water's a certain CSF, like over 200 or however you want to word that, because it's going to be hard if it's somebody, if we try and put an age limit on it, because we don't know if that kid's, you know, if it's anyone over 15 or under 15, but you know, kids these days look younger than what they are a lot of times. So I don't know how that works out, but that's another thing we can help to keep people safe. Because I mean, even adults, you could be an Olympic swimmer and fall off a tube and hit your head and get knocked out. No one sees you. I mean, there's after east of town, there's those I don't know, we call them those run out, or like where it drops down, and it's pretty dangerous. So and those drop downs like keep you underwater, and if you don't have a life jacket on, you're not gonna have a very good chance. We have those stations you're talking about. There's, I believe, 5 total, 3 in Laverne and 2 in Bone Park, and they have throw ropes, life jackets, whistles, and all kinds of like safety stuff. So those are for the public. Like last ditch effort, like you see someone go down, is for the public to use. And I discourage people jumping in, especially when the waters are high, to try and help somebody. And you know, if it's a little kid, I mean, I'll let you make your decision. But you know, by you putting yourself out there, you know, if it was my kid, I'd be diving in. Or if I'm even working, I see a little kid, I'll jump in. But you're just could be doubling the rescue effort. So.
Risk. We can educate, we can do this red flag, yellow flag, green flag at the major entrance points, but again, those are just guidelines. The river, and just like our swimming hole, it is at your own risk. And
so the town isn't liable if something happens to
no. The water belongs to the people who own it. It is not owned by any entity. The land at the bottom of it is owned by some people.
And what is the CFS at right now?
Oh, I did check. I was talking to Trustee Delmy. He said this weekend was just like 360.
It's a lot lower. It's a lot slower.
The weekend before that was just under close to 5. So it was long. So, and I think a lot of people get shocked when they jump in and like their tubes pop or they just get thrown around. They're like, I'm not doing that anymore. So, but not everyone. And those flags were very helpful because we could put 1,000 signs up and people don't read signs, and so those flags are awesome. I think they're looking at getting some for the fire restrictions as well.
So I just have one question, and that is, so there's fire ban, no fireworks. What's your advice if folks see fireworks going off? What should people do?
Definitely call us just for anything. You know, I highly encourage. That's, you know, a lot of times people are like, well, I just didn't want to bother you, or you have better things to do. But that's not the case, because we're here for you. And if it's something that you feel needs to be reported or that looks odd or suspicious, like definitely call us, because, and that puts a call for service for us, so that way it doesn't go away until someone handles it. So if you email, call, or text the deputy, you know, they may not be working and they may not see it, and then, you know, we'll have to deal with it.
So called the non-emergency?
Non-emergency, or 911's a lot faster. The non-emergency line goes to like a phone tree. It takes maybe 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. So when in doubt, just call 911. So you're not gonna get in trouble for calling 911 unless you're calling it to report something that's not actually going on, but it's faster. So, but the biggest thing is just that it puts that call for service. So if the deputy's not in town or close to town, it brings someone into town. So and the sooner the better. Even if it's better to us to show up like, oh, hey, we handled it or whatever, problem solved. You know, it's better for us to be coming and not need us versus need us and we're not coming.
Thank you. Okay, well, thanks so much. Stay safe.
Yep. All right. I'll be in the parks on the 4th. So.
All right, good.
Great.
We'll look for it without sparklers.
Oh, and yeah, one thing for the, real quick, one I forgot. So how they dispatch, especially on the 4th, we get hundreds of calls.
Yeah.
Usually they'll just air them and clear them unless there's an RP that wants contact, which is the reporting party. So if you call in and just say, I don't care, I want to be anonymous, or I don't want to call back, or disposition, then chances are they're just going to air and clear it. Because you can't have, 100 fireworks calls stacked. And that's the same for anything else. It's better if you want dispo or a deputy to call you up for whatever it is, because then they're more inclined on handling versus I'll just handle it in service and then see what happens. So push that. All right.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, administrators report, please.
I am not going to go through my administrator's report tonight. It's already plenty late. Are there any questions on any of the updates provided or clarification on it?
Trustee Little?
Yeah, I have two. The Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant update. I assume at some point this is going to come before the Board of Trustees for formal action.
Oh, yeah.
Just a quick comment here. I don't think the north bank of the North St. Vrain Creek is proper for public access. It's a steep bank made of cobble and gravel. I would prefer, and I talked before on this, I would prefer to put a conservation easement on the lower part of the east side of the property. The second thing, on the Summit housing construction costs, you note here a second 50K was to be provided when the public improvements were finished. But in the BOT payables for this meeting, I see there's a 50K second payment to Summit.
It's the third item on here.
That's the second of 3.
It's the second of 3.
But
So you're telling me that they have completed the necessary
No.
improvements?
It's the third, the last, there's another 50,000 to be issued when they provided the construction increase cost. That's what they did.
I got that.
So we still have 50,000 to pay them when they complete their public improvements.
How much have we paid them?
100,000. Well,
After tonight, 100,000.
100,000.
Yes.
Okay, so they've finished the necessary improvements to get that second 50K payment.
Yes, and that's the construction cost index.
the first one was based on when the first CO was issued. Nothing had to be finished. The second one was when public improvements, normally public improvements would be done second, but we said the public improvements are not done, so we get the as-built, and to some extent then there's our landscaping on the public improvements, not the private property. And then the third one was to be when the last certificate of occupancy was issued and the ENR. So they completed 2 of the 3.
No, I was only confused because it says here, the second was to be provided when the public improvements were finished. But it looks like we're paying on
A
that.
second payment, but
Okay,
that may not have been worded well.
got it. Thank you.
They went to 1, 3, and then waiting on 2.
Okay, thank you.
In regard to the Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant, this update is based on the staff's most recent direction from the last seated board. So when this comes back, we can certainly talk about it again.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Administrator Simonson?
On the Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant, if I understood what the prior board did, they have directed staff to try to get with Boulder County and get it declared a, I'm not sure if the right buildable lot, is that the right?
No, 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 no.
No, okay.
The majority of the Apple Valley water treatment plant parcel, yes, is hopefully going to be a buildable lot. What was expressed was that there's the portion that's adjacent to the highway. There was a request to ask Boulder County if they would have an interest in adding it to their current piece of property on the west or north side of the bridge, so that they would maintain it and oversee it as a recreational access, not the town.
But has the buildable lot part of it been
Yeah.
confirmed?
Yes, that was.
And so you need to bring it back to this board to be listed for sale, or what action needs to?
Well, they wanted to, if the county was willing to take that sliver, then we would only sell the portion to the west and south of the river, not both sides of the river. So that if people had an emergency, they could get out on public land.
But I'm kind of with Trustee Lowell. If we need to act on it, I'd like to move forward, because it was 3 years ago when we started that process.
But that was the rationale, was someone got off in that long stretch, they would be getting off on public land instead of private property on both sides and not being able to get out.
Couple of quick questions. I appreciate you putting in there the effort to work to check with me about getting guidance from them on three-phase power, because I've heard from a couple of business owners downtown who abandoned projects.
We're very
Have
interested,
that.
yeah.
The EB and the EBC, I think, gonna look at that. But a question on that is there a timeline for getting guidance from you in particular? Do you think we could get that guidance, including maybe cost estimates before budget season, in case this board decides that's something you want to pursue budget-wise?
No specific time frame. It sounded like they could do that quickly. Again, originally the ask was about undergrounding all of towns. Before we were looking at the ability to do that, have a master document to go for grants. Last time they were out, they then walked with them over here, and they said that was one they thought they could do relatively quickly.
You could request it.
I will check back where they're at with that.
I think the downtown area needs some special attention. I don't think you'd have to do everything. And then I also appreciate the reference to the Wildfire Partners Mitigation Rebate Program, that the county will contribute $500 to doing a list of things there that are probably things that belong in the WI code if we ever get to that. Is there any unappropriated, uncommitted money for fire risk mitigation in the 2024 budget that if this board decided it was something we wanted to do, that we could add, a town rebate on top of the county rebate?
Cassie, Director Eystone is here. I don't know if she knows offhand without looking, how much is left in the wildfire budget that might be able to be allocated as more of a incentive, is that what you're saying? To do these things inside the town limits too.
Yeah, after all of the goat mowers and other incentives that we have, I think there's probably about 35,000 or so remaining.
We need a little bit of that for that. Yeah, that 12,000 for the South Ledge. So 30, maybe 23.
Okay, thanks. And then one
Thank
last
you,
thing.
Cassie. Nice seeing you.
Thank you for that.
Nice to see you guys too.
On Summit, just to be clear, the 150,000 we were talking about, just to make sure everybody hears this understands, that was not local property or sales tax money, right? That was.
This was ARPA money. Yes, it was ARPA money that was set aside by, not the previous board, but the one before that, to
Federal funds.
incentivize. Yeah, it was
Okay.
to incentivize affordable housing.
Thank you.
It is not from the town budget.
Other questions? Okay, is there a legal update this evening?
No legal update for me this week.
Okay, well then, let's move on to the main event, which is general business items 2 and 3. The first is discussion direction to staff on the 5-acre rural amendment. So just for everybody's knowledge, what this is we are not voting on the amendment itself. We are discussing whether we would like staff to come back with a proposed text amendment to the ordinance, which would then go through a first reading. If passed on first reading, would go to a second reading and public hearing. So tonight's discussion is about whether we as a board would like the town to do that. With that, would staff like to do a presentation?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. So let me pull up the resolution real quick. So, staff was asked to run this proposed amendment by the PCDC to gather their input. They did so at their last meeting. That date, my apologies. And we took public comment, and the board did vote 5-1 to provide a positive recommendation. I will say from several of the board members, there was at least some hesitation about kind of unforeseen consequences towards development. And those should be reflected in the minutes once those are adopted. The proposed amendment is a kind of a searchable insertion. I'll share my screen real quick. So there we go. Let me load this up for you. So as proposed by Trustee Browning, the amendment reads as follows. And so it does not affect the 10-acre parcels, the eastern corridor. So this is only for the 5-acre, all parcels that are under the 5-acre rule. So it's not really an amendment, it's adding language, and that reads that it is further provided that any annexation of property smaller than 5 acres, which has been subdivided, severed, or otherwise carved out from a property of 5 acres or more since September 5th, 2000, shall not be exempt from this section. Hearing Trustee Browning's presentation, the reason for that September 5th, 2000 was the inaction of the 5-acre rule itself. So as you all heard from the public, this proposition from Trustee Browning is to provide clarity and to make sure that what room there was for subdivisions to occur outside of the town and be brought in, that's eliminated through this code change. As far as kind of planning staff's recommendation, again, the request at this point has been to gain kind of the PCDC's recommendation. If this does move to first reading, second reading, I will certainly dig further into the comprehensive plan. But it was the general consensus of the board of the PCDC that at least of the community that came to their meeting, it seemed like this was requested by the public that was there. So that's where you got that recommendation from. So that's really my staff report on this. Again, I would certainly lean on Trustee Browning to make comments if that's appropriate.
Well, we'll see if there's questions for staff.
Sure.
I don't see any questions for staff, and I think Trustee Browning, you provided a lot of background in the packet, so I'd like to just move on to discussion if that's okay with you. And I think what we'll do is we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem and then go around. So, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I have a number of concerns about this. The first is there's no indication of other statutory towns in the state of Colorado and whether they have similar ordinances in effect. Are we setting a precedent that is in fact not healthy? And that we know that best practices in other statutory towns would indicate that this is not a particularly helpful decision going forward, because it would appear to me, unless someone can inform me otherwise, that this is an ordinance that is looking for a reason to exist, that it relates specifically to one property and one owner of one property, and it's based on assumptions that are not always based on fact. And so I really feel like I would like to have staff's recommendation as to how this can in fact affect the future, because you're the ones who live with this in and out, and will be here long after this board is not. So I lean heavily always on the staff's perspective on things like this. I think our job as a board is to provide 30,000 feet, and staff's job is to be 3,000 feet. But at this point, it would appear to me that I'm very concerned that we're establishing a practice that is not best practice based on other municipalities of our type. And also that it's an ordinance that's looking for a reason to exist because it's based only on one single property. And I think we see that based on who here, who's coming to speak. It's consistently the residents of one particular neighborhood. And so is it in fact something the entire town? Of course, if we decide that we want to do this, well then every single thing that comes along, the entire town will have to decide. But the costs involved in putting that before the voters are very significant. And so I would have to have personally a really compelling reasons to do this, to go beyond just that one property.
Thank you. I think after we give our comments, what I'll do is just go around for, a yes, no, do we want to move forward with drafting an ordinance? If that makes sense.
I want the information from the staff, so I would say yes, because I want the information, though at this point I would be voting no, based on the lack of information and on what it appears to me to be the case.
Thank you. Trustee Brennan?
Yes, and I apologize in advance. I'm gonna be a little bit lengthy on this, but I drafted it, so, and there are reasons I drafted it. First, I'd like to respond to Trustee Williams' points. The fact that other towns don't have this is certainly true, and that's because Lyons is unique. Its citizens decided that they, based on this town's unique history, wanted to do this ordinance. The board didn't propose it even back in 2000, the citizens did. The citizens also in the past have proposed that 1 cent of our tax revenue goes solely to parks. As far as I know, Lyons is the only place that has that. Lyons is unique. The citizens in the middle of a big affordable housing fight in 2015, 2016, passed an ordinance called the SOPO, Save Our Parks and Open Space Ordinance, that strictly limits what can be done with more than 1/2 acre of parks and open space. As far as I know, Lyons is the only town that has something like that. Lyons is unique, and the 5 acre rule is clearly unique. And that is really the point of a lot of these citizens. They want to keep Lyons unique, and they want to keep a unique level of citizen control that the citizens voted in. It's not based on one property or just last minute thing. In 2017, another piece of property came before the PCDC when I sat on it. It's what's now known as the Carpenter property. It was owned by a different person at that time. And the owner of that property came before the PCDC that at that time included me, future Mayor Angelo, future trustee Greg Edding, and a number of longtime residents. And they said they wanted to subdivide the Carpenter property into at least 5 different tracks and use it. And they were told by the PCDC, well, that property slightly over 5 acres, you're gonna have to have a citizen vote. And he said, oh, I've thought of that. I've talked to the neighboring property owner, and I think that I can carve off 1/4 to 1/2 acre and get around the citizen vote rule. And the immediate and unanimous reaction of the PCDC at that time was, that's not something we're gonna do in Lyons. That would be an end run around the rule that the citizen adopted, and we're not going to allow it. If you look at the map that accompanies the draft IGA, there are 3 parcels that have tiny carve-outs. Administrator Simons, they may have been done in geography, but one of them includes what the Carpenter tract is now. I don't even know the owner's name at present. It's got a carve out on it to make it less than 5 acres. The geography of that thing is mostly flat, there aren't hills and ravines to any great extent on that property. So I'm not sure that that's correct. So it's not a single property issue. And then I'll point out in the emails that the citizens uncovered through Cora request, there were discussions by both the prior planner and the current planner of doing carve-outs. I'm not saying, I'm not suggesting that either the town board or the PCDC authorized or endorsed those in any way. But it's clearly something that was under discussion during IGA negotiations for more than one, and for more than one property. And finally, when the spreadsheet that I think Mr. Flynn passed around copies of, but look at the acreage there for the Carpenter, the Boone, and the Connor properties, 5.0, which in effect, given what was being talked about at the PCDC meeting where that was presented, means less than 5 acres, it could be carved out. So this is not some academic exercise. This is something that has recurred again and again and again. And it would not affect every single proposal. I don't know of any property that's been carved out that's even remotely considered for annexation that this would affect. It's to stop future carve-outs. And there have been plenty of annexations that benefited Lions that wouldn't have been affected by this rule. The Farnett annexation, the Circle K, Diamond Shamrock annexation, the Clark's Harbor annexation years ago. All beneficial because they brought in commercial tax revenue to the town. This wouldn't affect anything like that because there were no carve-outs involved. Nobody was trying to do an end run around the 5 acre rule. So this is, I think, in keeping with the spirit of what the citizens did. Certainly it's true that a carve-out property could be done under the existing ordinance. Whether that's perceived as an end run or a loophole, it's in the eye of the beholder. I will say that pretty much every citizen I've talked to about this, and not just citizens in the northern part of town, but across town, 110 of whom signed a petition protesting the draft IGA, consider this a carve out and a loophole. Others may not, but I've not heard from any citizens that didn't have that perception when they were informed of what was being talked about by the planners. It's important to know that the citizens vote on an initiative to have a 5 acre rule did not spell out all the details of that rule. You can't do that in a ballot language. You can't do an ordinance in a ballot language in any great detail of the ballot language that is more simple. What's in the code is what the town board did after the citizens endorsed the 5 acre rule to implement it. And they tried to look forward and see things like serial annexations that they prevented. So that's prohibited by the code. But you can't, when you're doing something up front, always anticipate every permutation that may happen down the road. They didn't specifically address carve-outs, and whether they thought about them and talked about them, I don't know. That was a long time ago. But as I read this is the carve-out issue is something that's simply not addressed in the code, and it needs to be addressed. As a couple of citizens said tonight, a number of citizens back in January and March, both in the public meetings and in the meetings of the citizens group, which were attended by 50 to 70 people in a couple of cases, a number of citizens expressed the opinion that they wanted to go straight to an initiative to require a citizen vote on all annexations of any kind. I was at those meetings and I asked them to consider something that was more of a compromise, more middle of the road, that wouldn't be so drastic. And I suggested it in there, and I suggested at the candidates forum that a less intrusive way to do it would be just to stop recent carve-outs after the date of the 5 acre rule, and rather than trying to paint with a broad brush to everything. That wasn't intended to be a threat. It's really, in my view, a compromise to stop something from happening, which would be a citizens initiative that could, as happened in 2015 and 2016, and has happened before, would divide the town into warring camps. Should we do this pro-growth, anti-growth, that type of thing? I think if the board takes this action, that type of divisive intercity fight will be avoided. It will not require a vote on 10 acre, less than 10 acre annexations in the eastern corridor, such as the Depot property. Won't affect that at all. And it does not prevent annexations, it just means they have to be voted on if they fit the narrow criteria of this proposed exemption. So we've heard what the citizens have had to say on this, both tonight and at the February and March meetings. And I would ask, how many citizens have spoken up against it? Not one to my knowledge in an official forum. Unlike some other things that this board and past boards have dealt with, the hotel, Riverbend, trash hauling, where there was also a citizens initiative, I would mention, there are not evenly divided views on this among the citizens. The citizens who have spoken out have been very clear, and as far as I can tell, near unanimous. This amendment is something they want to see, and it will go a long way to addressing what I believe are the citizens' sincere, strongly held concerns and convictions in this area. I think we need to listen to citizens, and I think the distrust that arose in recent times between town government and the citizens has to do with the town government not listening carefully to what citizens are saying. I think we need to listen to what these citizens are saying and do what I believe is a reasonable compromise amendment to amend what really was not addressed in the 5-acre rule. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Donovan?
So I will not be as long as Trustee Brown was. But
He gets
yes.
paid by the word.
Right.
I used to.
Clearly.
But I'm in favor of the amendment for the staff. And yes, almost everybody who has been coming here and speaking to us has been from one area of town. But it's because they're the ones that would be affected by the particular annexation that's being looked at. And if there were other properties in other parts of town, I think we would hear from those people. So yes, I am in favor of this.
Thank you. Trustee Hammer?
Yes, I'm in favor. I think Mayor Pro Tem brings up a good point. Are there unintended consequences of this? So it would be good to hear some of the dialogue either from the PCDC meeting and or from a staff report, but all in all, I'm 100% in favor of this.
Trustee Ratty?
I'm still undecided. I'm hearing everybody's arguments here. I am concerned you've heard from one part of town. I don't feel like we have a broad section of what people want. I do hear Trustee Browning's concern around division. I remember 2015 and 2016, and I don't want to see this get out of hand. I guess I am worried about the consequences of this decision. Can we come back around to me?
I just want to remind you that what we're discussing is whether or not we want staff to bring back a first reading of an ordinance.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
If that influences.
Right, it's not like we're deciding now.
We're not.
Okay, okay, I'm happy to revisit this.
Okay.
With more information.
Trustee Law?
Yeah, I'm gonna recommend moving this to first reading. I think one of the focus of this amendment is going to be restoring trust in the town process and our residents. You know, we can talk a lot about whether the citizens of Upper Fifth are the only ones who were concerned about this. But I've talked to a lot of people in town who don't live up there who are quite frankly concerned that there may have been some manipulations behind the scenes. My exposure to the Cora request gave me some insight into how the sausage is made. And I'm not casting aspersions on anybody, but just seeing how this process goes forward in a not in an open manner. It's no wonder that citizens came out in force against this. I agree with Mark. I don't want to see another citizens initiative occur. I went through the Sopus thing. I mean, that just tore the town apart. I don't want to do that again. I think this is a logical response to the concerns of a fair number of citizens. I'm not sure I've ever seen the type of turnout that we saw at the library and in the town hall recently.
on this. So I'm gonna recommend this go to first reading.
Thank you. Okay, I too have some words to say. And I want to address a couple of things first. I recognize that the folks who show up here have one viewpoint, and I want to, first of all, thank everybody for coming, especially for sticking around, those of you who are still here. I'm sure there's folks online. I will also say that other residents have spoken to me personally and told me that they are afraid to come into a room where they know they're going to be in the minority and speak, that they felt intimidated. So I just want to put that out there. I would also like to say that the county does not annex anything. People apply for annexation. The county does not divide up anything. It was news to me that folks in the county could do what's called an illegal subdivision. I did not know that was even possible. I want to emphasize what Administrator Simonson said, in that the county does not have nefarious plans. The county has been a good partner to us. The county has asked us, what do you want? How can we get there? How can we work together? I also want to say that the suggestion that the previous board was somehow attempting to subvert the will of citizens by using a so-called loophole was made by individuals who clearly understood and knew that no member of that board could refute the allegations due to the rules surrounding confidentiality of what is said in executive sessions. We as trustees take an oath to uphold the Lions Municipal Code. Suggesting that we tried to subvert it is extremely disturbing, to say the least. And here's the crux to me of this proposed text amendment. If the law is that any parcel over 5 acres outside of the eastern corridor must go to a vote for annexation, how is it an end run around the law if a parcel under 5 acres does not go to a vote? 5 acres was the law enacted, 5 acres is still the law, and serial annexations are prohibited. So I understand that I'm in the minority on this board and probably in this room, but I don't see a reason to move forward with the text amendment. The original 5 acre rule was brought to that sitting board by a citizen initiative. At the time of the original vote, it passed 254 to 157. That's a total of 665 total voters. About 850 of 1,700 registered Lions voters participated in our most recent election. If the majority of the citizenry of the town during a similar vote were to support this text amendment, of course, the board would make it. So a couple other things I want people to know. We talk a lot about how we don't want to be Boulder. Lions doesn't want to be Boulder, and Trustee Browning is exactly right. Lions is very unique. If we put the same kinds of policies in place that turned Boulder into what it is today that we don't like, what do we think is going to happen? And this is something that I would like staff's opinion on. The other thing I would like to talk about is the recent bills that the state legislature passed that the governor signed into law regarding local control of land use. And essentially what has been happening at the state legislature is that bills are being passed that remove the abilities of municipalities to have control over local land use decision-making. I don't see that trend stopping. So I just want us to consider that when we talk about passing laws that are more restrictive instead of maybe thinking about laws that are less restrictive. So I understand that I'm in the minority and that this is going to move forward into an ordinance for first reading. But I just wanted to stay on the record. And it is 5 to 9. I'm going to suggest that we take a short break and then come back and do our 9 o'clock check-in before we move into the
housing futures plan addendum, if everybody's okay with that. Great, thank you.
Being that it's 9:08, what we do for those of you watching is, around 9 o'clock, we usually kind of do a check-in and see if there's anything on the agenda we would like to move to a future agenda. Any board or staff recommendations, or do we want to continue moving forward? I would ask staff first if you have any recommendations, because you know the timing constraints of these. And if the answer is no, we need to go through the whole agenda, that's totally fine.
Well, a second reading has already, and public hearing's been posted on ordinance 1161. That would have to be reposted, if you want to do that. The first reading on the 7,000 square feet is, but as you guys know, there was one applicant pending, but other than that.
And we've continued it once.
We've already
Yeah,
continued it.
continued that one once. The first reading of the floodplain ordinance.
We can't.
I mean, we left a little wiggle room in our large schedule.
But October 24 is the date on that.
It's a hard date.
I
That is
don't
a
think
hard
that'll take
date.
much time though.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I don't know if anything was planned to be pulled from consent. That might need to wait.
What about the submittal of the grant application?
That is due tonight at midnight.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
We got an extension because of our meeting being tonight
Okay.
till midnight.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess we move forward.
Okay. Anybody have a problem with that?
Well, we've delayed too many things. I
Jenny,
think we've got
do you-
things stacked
Do
up.
you have more baked goods?
I am down to 2 butter tarts.
I might say maybe we do another check-in at around 10 or 10:15
Yeah.
and see where we're at.
Okay, all right. Well, then, let's move on to resolution 2024-52, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, adopting an addendum to the Housing Futures Study by Bohannon Houston. We have a brief staff report, please.
Yes, and I'll share my screen real quick. I will talk while I'm doing so. Trustee Browning brought forth this addendum, and Trustee Browning, Lowell, and Clerk Vasquez and myself met about a month or two ago, and have gone over this addendum. I'll just hit the highlights. You all have the addendum in your pocket, or in your pocket, in your packet. Might also be in your pocket, I don't know. So that's the wrong one. Just a second, sorry. Now I'm prolonging our meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is, sorry.
That's an ordinance. We need resolution.
Yeah, I'll have to switch my share, I'm sorry. All right, it should be coming up. So, most of the concerns, at least that I see, were about population growth, about, the reports or the plans, initial build out and population needs. So that's kind of bullet number one. And I've also provided within the packet, staff comments. I did not go in and edit the document, but I did provide staff comments just to kind of pull out some trends, state legislature and other, that's most of my comments. And also not to push back, but to make sure that we're planning for, it's important to plan for what we have right now, but planning, 2050 is a long way away. And a lot can happen in almost 25 years. So just trying to form out that calculus, what that can look like. The graph, and I did agree with Trustee Browning that the graph was distorted. What the consultant was trying to do was to try to gather a perspective of current day and then push out those growth patterns. But I do see where that was confusing as well. Not for Trustee Browning, but just me as a reader and the public as well. And then also what was added is some House Bill 1152 language, which I had also captured within my comments as well. And then annexation struggles, which is near and dear to our minds tonight. That was also raised that the Housing Futures Plan did not capture kind of the uniqueness of Lyons' way of annexing properties. Then also restrictions on town land was another kind of area where the consultant had headed for growth. But again, we have some local regs here that that makes that type of growth more difficult. Municipal zoning, the blue line, which has already been addressed about kind of growth pressures above the blue line. Even though we have several neighborhoods that are well above the blue line right now. And then stormwater was also noted. So as far as my staff comments go, there's nothing really that goes too far away from what had been proposed by Trustee Browning. Again, my document is a one pager. It goes into infill and redevelopment about how, you know, we've been kind of really engaged in growth on the outsides, but what can happen, like what we saw at 317 Evans, or a property development where you know, a single family home is scraped and then, you know, a duplex or a triplex is built in its place. And those are real possibilities for growth in the future. And I think as we see, you know, growth pressures throughout Boulder County, throughout the Mountain West, I think landowners and developers will come up with much far more creative approaches to housing. Also noted some ADU changes, but those had already been added in. The Eastern Corridor, again, you know, we're looking at the scope of population growth is you know, we have very limited land to grow, but we have, you know, seemingly a lot of land that we could grow on the Eastern Corridor, and that could bump up those projected numbers as well. Co-housing, which, you know, to be honest, isn't really my jive, but we get inquiries every week about co-housing. So this could happen, especially in Lyons and especially in communities with larger homes, especially now that cohabitation is allowed by right, and familial relationships is no longer something that we can really require. We could see a lot of property redevelopment, and not just redevelopment. Some of these larger homes, you know, 7-bedroom home could house 2 or 3 families. And that's something that really wasn't captured in the Housing Futures Plan either. Then we've got kind of the carrots and sticks that come up with state initiatives. So again, legislative changes, but also Prop 123 and 1D. We will have developers, if they're motivated, where they have far more ability to stack capital than once was for affordable housing. And then I just added the note, you know, 733 people, that the necessity to be able to house that many people, additional people over the next 25 years. I agree. I think that's too high, but I think there's some middle ground between 50 and 733. I had noted, and this is just very little analysis, but you know, even on the Eastern Corridor, if that property goes to R3 zoning, original concept plans are at least 40 units out on that property. So that's a real addition to the town's population just right there. So yeah, and then kind of lastly, just wanted to make notes on kind of limitations to municipal zoning and other housing regulations. Something might change, you know, in 20 years. The community might see pressures differently. And it might be that, you know, housing can be on municipal zoning. So I don't know if that's something that we shouldn't plan for. And then the last note was just for the notes on confluence and deed restricted buyout properties. I understand that we had conversations. I just, you know, through a planning perspective and in kind of having legacy documents, not necessarily quoting, one decision maker. I thought that it was important. We stick to the policies. And I think there are policies in the Dr. Bob that kind of align with what was being said, but not directly quoting. And that's really all that I have in my staff reports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions for planner? Go ahead.
Yeah, Planner Bowen. So when we discussed this, we talked about making sure that this addendum was apparent in the document. What are your plans for if this addendum is adopted? How are we going to reference it in the electronic file of this housing futures plan? Are we going to put something up front, a banner, a note? The addendum will then be appended to the back?
Yeah, can't the agenda, you can combine two PDFs.
Yeah, and I think to make it clear to the public that there's been an addendum kind of on that first place. It's very common in planning documents. You say as revised on this date or revised on this date. So I think we have, flexibility in saying addendum adopted on this date and then it's attached.
Do you have a suggestion?
No, I have yes, I have a suggestion that these be incorporated into one single document. As two standalone documents, it's gonna get lost.
Sure.
That's what we just said about combining them.
Combining them electronically.
Yeah.
When we talked to Andrew, he was going to show us how this was going to be properly referenced in the document so that it didn't get lost. I don't care, you put a banner across the top, the second page is blank there, somewhere in the table of contents, but you have to make reference to it.
Sure. Yeah, where people would look for that is on that first page where you have that general amended date, but then attaching it to the document
And
itself.
perhaps adding something to the table of contents.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
But other questions?
Well, similarly, I'm curious as to how we would add staff comments to that document, because I feel like
I'm gonna recommend an amendment. So Adam.
Okay. So we would combine your suggestions, but we wouldn't combine his, we would just add them at the end. I feel like there's a lot of value in what, so the expert in the field has to say.
I don't know if I'm the expert.
Well, more than I am, that's for sure.
Other questions? Okay. I would entertain a motion then.
I would move the adoption of resolution 2024-52, the resolution adopting an addendum to the housing future study.
There a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
And then I would like to make an amendment before we start discussion.
Sure.
I would propose to amend the draft resolution that's in the packet, which includes an exhibit 1, which is a comparison of the two graphs, by adding an exhibit 2, which are the staff comments that are in the packet, to make those exhibit 2 to the HFP addendum.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that amendment?
Real quickly, we could have a debate, but I don't debate's a dirty word for me these days. So Andrew and I could have a discussion and then go through all these points and everything, but everybody's entitled to their opinions about what's likely to happen in the future, and that's what largely the staff comments address. I may not agree with all of them, but it presents a different point of view, and that's fine with me. And so anybody using the document with this added as an exhibit can reference what the addendum says, and can look at the graphs in exhibit 1 and can look at staff comments and say, oh, they think the town may grow more. And that's fine. As long, the more complete, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I want to agree with not having to reinvent the wheel and creating a very full picture. And I'm really happy to have this perspective as well, because as I said at our candidates forum, I don't think that adding 300 people to our population for a total of 2,500 people in the next 25 years is going to change the character of our town. I think we will still be unique. The word has come up a lot tonight. I think we're still gonna love the arts. I think we're still gonna love the river and recreating around the river. I mean, from 2,200 to 2,500 people, it's not a huge leap. And so I feel like this gives a realistic picture, and I appreciate that. So thank you for that perspective.
Trustee Roll.
Yeah, I just want to make absolutely sure that when you do this incorporation, that this document, this latest document is made available to the IGA task force. Because I think right now they have the old one.
That's correct.
So I don't know what your timetable is, but.
And just to be clear, we're talking about
Voting
trustee
amendment.
Brown's
Oh, I'm
amendment.
sorry. Okay, yes, okay.
Any other discussion on trustee Browning's amendment? Okay, well, let's vote on the amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Are there any other amendments? I would like to propose one very minor amendment. And that is in the addendum document. The word accepted is in quotation marks. I would like to remove those quotation marks. I think they introduce some ambiguity into the meeting, and I think about people, 5-10 years down the road reading this and going, well, what does that mean? So I hope you'll consider that a friendly amendment. To remove those.
Reading them in there because that was made a big deal of at the January meeting. It was accepted, not adopted, so.
Okay, so
I'd
so
accept that as a friendly amendment.
thank you. Can that be the second then?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Okay, we'll vote on that amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to discussion. We'll start with trustee Dahlman.
I think I will hold off on the discussion for now.
Okay. Trustee Browning, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'll try to be more brief this time. Just for anybody who's not familiar with this, back in January, there was a packed meeting room, kind of like there was tonight, with a lot of citizen concerns expressed about the Housing Futures Plan that was adopted. Mayor Rogan and a couple of other trustees suggested those could be addressed in an addendum or an appendix, but probably because the prior board was ending its term, that never got done. And so I thought that was a good idea. So when I joined the board, I took a stab at drafting something. And to do it, I went back and reviewed the videos of the board meeting and also the planning commission meeting when the HFD was considered, and just made notes on the issues that the citizens had raised. And that's kind of most of what's reflected in there. And it largely includes references to the Lyons Municipal Code sections that address some of the issues that the citizens had raised. It makes references to a number of town reports that have been adopted, the Stormwater Master Plan, the LPPA Planning Area Report, the Dr. Bob report, and that those types of things. So I thought, since a lot of time and effort and money went into those reports, it was appropriate to reference in the Housing Futures Plan what they had to say about some of these issues. And so I'm fine with the staff comments, and presents kind of a different point of view. That's good. People are entitled to weigh different points of view. And, I'll just say, if anyone thinks there's anything in the addendum that's inaccurate or it could be better phrased, like we did in the quotes or something, I'm perfectly open to suggested amendments.
Thank you.
One of the things I'm always thinking about is, I think all government, when the day is done, is local. And is best when it's left in local hands. That's not the future we're looking at in the state of Colorado, where it is becoming increasingly apparent that we have a governor. And both houses that have a predisposition to take all things housing at the state level. And so I always concerned about trying to keep that local, as local as possible. And there was a lot about that report, if we talk about accepted and putting quotation marks on it. I actually was comfortable with the quotation marks because it's just a matter of, it was presented to us. That's all. So the idea that we would amend these, I'm comfortable with that, as well as the amendments that we made this evening.
Thank you. Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, my biggest concern with this document was always that it failed to recognize the uniqueness of Lyons, that we were limited physically and geographically. And, you know, there was one mention of annexation in this document. I think that Mark's addendum has covered all the bases. I do want to encourage Planner Bowen to put a giddy up in this and get this out ASAP. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dotson?
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to recall the discussion around the Lions Housing Futures Plan at the beginning of the year, and I remember it being very high level. And so I want to thank Trustee Browning for going into more detail and focusing on several issues here that you want to address to make sure that everybody got the fuller picture. I guess it wasn't just the high level picture, but now we have a very full picture, and I really appreciate staff's input on this as well. So I think including all of that information for future boards going forward can be beneficial.
Thank you. Trustee Hamrick?
Yeah, I would say, I know when we first looked at this, when I was on the PCDC and had some heartburn about it. We get the consultant input back and it never seemed to make it into copy. So I was glad Trustee Browning took the initiative to just clean things up and make it more our document. So.
Thank you. Trustee Gilman?
So I agree with that. I like the items that Trustee Browning is put in there. You know, I think that town growing by 300 people isn't gonna change the town, but certain areas will change. And I didn't quite like the initial HFC.
Thank you. And I'll add, you know, I'm glad we're getting this done. I think it's overdue and I appreciate everybody's patience. And I know Trustee Browning asked for this to be an agenda early and it took until now. But I'm glad it's here now. And I want to address, Planner Bone, I appreciate your remarks about not naming names in documents like this. However, I stand behind what I said. I said what I said. It's on the record. It's the truth. And so I'm absolutely fine with, maybe I'll be famous someday. So unless there's other comments, let's vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, so let us move on to ordinances and public hearings. First up is the second reading on public hearing of ordinance 1161, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add new sections concerning amending planned unit developments. This was continued from the June 3rd meeting. Can we have a brief staff update, please?
Yeah, so one of the main reasons why we continue to, Attorney Dittman, Victoria and I could meet in order to go over the proposed edits. We did that, kind of went through different scenarios, and staff feels fine with those edits. I think, you know, they will make it more restrictive to try to distinguish between minor and major, but that's important to make sure that we have the proper process. So I think, you know, as far as planning goes, we should plan for we should give more caution than leeway, at least for planning unit developments. So the copy that you all have, the draft that you all have, is unchanged from last meeting. So.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yes, I have one.
Go ahead.
This probably goes to Attorney Dittman. These percentages that are in here, 1%, 3%, everything that were added, where did those come from?
They came from the city of Gunnison, I believe, from their code. So go ahead. I just give a little background. It's been a while since we've discussed this in detail, but I was asked to go find some sort of objective criteria, and that was the best one I could find. So I used a combination of an Eagle, Gunnison, and Telluride to put in at some objective criteria.
You know where they got those percentages? Did they do some study or based on an engineer's record or anything where they came from?
Yeah, I don't know. And I mentioned when I presented this draft on first reading that for me, this was a starting place, right? That I wasn't, recommending that this necessarily those be the numbers. It's just something I found, given the desire to have objective criteria. And then I would not be opposed from a legal perspective, adjusting those whatever you guys see fit.
Yeah, the only one that staff had kind of concerns with was if we can try to figure out the 1% for housing, or dwelling units. Just because that 1% makes every, project with dwellings a major.
Yeah.
But that's completely up to you all to decide. Cause no matter, unless you kick it all the way up to about 20%, it's still with the scope of our projects. And it's always gonna kick that up to a major. Unless you go, more drastic than probably 20%.
Thanks.
Other questions for staff? Then I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on ordinance 1161 tonight? Alrighty, I'll close the public hearing. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was joking.
Chris Lee, 629 First Avenue. If we look at, it was mentioned, Attorney Dittman mentioned it last meeting, and from memory, it was 2%, which for our proposal for Riverbend at 4,000 square feet would be 80 square feet addition, which makes no sense. If you look at a residential 3,000 square foot home at 1%, you're looking at an increase of 30 square feet. So to me, that cannot be matrix. So I understood, and I do remember it's from Gunnison, but those percentages to me don't make sense. So just looking at what we're trying to achieve, I don't think our 1,000 square foot is offensive at all, but we go well beyond that 1 to 2%.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else like to address the board? I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
For purposes of discussion, I will move the adoption of ordinance 1181, an ordinance amending chapter 16 of the Lions Municipal Code to add new sections on amending plan unit developments. That doesn't necessarily mean I support it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second
Point of
discussion.
order, isn't that 1161?
Oh, I'm sorry.
1160.
Did I read it wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
it is.
I
Sorry.
didn't catch that either. Thank you. Okay, motion and a second. Who would like to start?
I agree with kind of what Attorney Dittman suggested and what the public expressed in the public hearing. These percentages are just way too low, and I don't have the expertise to suggest what the percentages should be. If the staff could give a recommendation on what would a reasonable percentage that wouldn't catch pretty much everything, which these will, but would allow things like, as I read this, if you added a porch to a house, it could make it a major development. I can't see doing that. So I think we need some, speaking for myself, I need some guidance on what a more reasonable percentage would be. I don't have my own to suggest, but I'm open to suggestions.
Does Attorney Dittman?
Oh, I wanted to make one clarification. I think this is what you intended, but this wouldn't be every development. This is only for PUD. So you'd be changing the uses in some way. And so there is a distinction there. I mean, if it's adding a porch, I mean, presumably it's a building permit, so it would not be caught under this. And something we did talk about is give you a little more background about in the percentages. And again, for me, it's a political decision. It's not a legal one. So I didn't really suggest anything. I only took what was out there. Is that it's gonna be really difficult in Lions to, also pick a number, because I think if you do something in one part of town, it's gonna mean one thing. Adding a bedroom in one part of town may mean something that doesn't mean in the Eastern Corridor, right? And so I think that's kind of, for me, it was just create a framework and have the Board of Trustees make the policy decision.
Anyone else?
I agree with trustee Browning as well. I would really love to hear more about where the staff would feel comfortable, percentage wise.
Yes. So again, to kind of go into that, it truly is, it's almost like you need to, objective criteria are tough, because if you have a 100-unit development that's proposed, some down the eastern corridor, it's a lot different than 317 Evans, and that's where the percentages are tough, and that was a concern from kind of having objective criteria, is because they're tough, and the whole point of this exercise is to try to figure out how to make one process easier, and that's minor, amendments, and where that falls. Like I said, I think for most of our projects, 10 to 15, it's probably more reasonable, but still, you might have unintentional consequences if we have, a larger development somewhere.
So I have a suggestion, and that is, since, you're right, the objective criteria are hard. The way this is written, it says the town administrator shall consider the following factors. What if we soften that and it said the town administrator may consider the following factors? And then that leaves some subjectivity up to the town administrator, but also sort of gives you a safety net.
Yeah, that if it's bigger than I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, and because we rely on your judgment, right? So.
Yeah, I recall, I believe I was the one who, after first reading, said 1% isn't, this doesn't work. Maybe we could go with an increase in percentage of square footage of approved buildings. Like a 10% or something. It's the same uses, but if there's a little variability in the size, once they get out there and they start working around the floodplain or grading or whatever, or topography, if it has to change more than a 10%, then, or something to that effect, versus based on bedrooms and, what's the other end? Bedrooms
Ground
and
coverage.
ground coverage, Brand?
Yeah, my original draft did have may in there for that reason. And you guys amended it out to be shall, which is fine. It's a tough issue, right?
We contain multitudes.
I think one thing we did also discuss is taking out bedrooms and just like you mentioned, kind of simplify it down to square footage.
Yeah.
So would 10% of the square footage feel
Again,
more
it
reasonable?
depends, that 10% of a 6,000 square foot building is very different than 10% of a 2,000 square.
Yeah, oh, please.
Well, 5%. If you take a 3,000 square foot house, 5% of that is 150 square feet. That's a 10 by 15.
So if it's more than a room addition?
Well, but what if it's a building in a PUD that is 100 square feet and they want to add 10 square feet in the porch? Then that becomes a major.
100 square foot building?
Tiny.
That's affordable housing.
A tiny house, a
That's a
storage
shed.
shed,
That's
a
a
storage shed, for example. Then that becomes a major, and it would have to come to the board.
And it might be, you'll see it in an item here in a bit, that we use the same language for the board to be able to kick a decision back down to a minor. If staff has to say,
I guess that's the way to do it.
if staff has to say, because we have to say these are the criteria, but I think there's some leeway here. It could be the exact same language from that other portion of code to be able for staff to bring it to you all and be like, well, these are the reasons why it meets the criteria, but due to backstory and kind of just an administrative approach, having that ability, and it would be the same code language as the next.
So what you'd suggest is something to the effect of may up to 10%, but then or 5 or whatever you decide, and then it comes to you guys. And then if it's something simple like, let's say there's livestock on the PUD, I'm trying to think of like the format with goats and whatever stuff. And we're getting complaints from neighbors about smells and whatever, and they say we need to add a couple more sheds. You know, just to contain that. That's reasonable. That I could maybe approve, but you guys would have the ability to say, if it's more than 10 or whatever the percentage is, then you'd be able to say, no, we're gonna classify that as minor still.
Brandon, is that feasible?
Yeah, we could add in some language copied off of 16, I think it's 161750C, right? We're gonna talk about here in a second. We could do something like that at the bottom of 164267, that language at the bottom. We could put something in there about like, a decision on process could be appealed to the Board of Trustees. We could do that if you wanted to, and I could figure out some language that's what direction you want to go.
Yeah, if they
Okay,
already
well,
have
yeah,
the
please do
decision,
that.
I can bring it to you.
Okay. In the meantime, let's talk about what we're more comfortable with these percentages perhaps being.
15%.
The square footage
Mhm.
of the total
Actually,
combined property.
in both 1 and 2, for all those things. Subparagraphs 1 and 2 of ground coverage and floor area and number of dwelling units.
What about the
bedrooms.
reduction in approved open space?
Is that what you said?
I'm looking
Oh, I
at,
see.
yeah,
That'd be nice. I don't really see the material difference between 1%, 2%, 3%. I'd pick something that doesn't catch quite as much stuff. I heard Andrew mention 20 and somebody else 10, so I just. And it's kind of arbitrary here, and because it is discretionary, and I think the board could count on town staff if it's a questionable call to bring it to the board and get board input. So this is just really criteria for initial staff review. Oh, if it exceeds these things, then we still think it should be minor. We can come to the board, and I agree with adding that language from the other provision.
Another PUD we're looking at right now is with Leafs Building, and they want to do some parking, but it's not on the current plan, and it's like, should that be a major development review or not? And so, you know, the other thing, if you're more comfortable, is you could say, if there's a request to adjust the PUD, the staff will give the board a synopsis to determine major. I'm okay with that too. But I know we're trying to rebuild some trust here, and if, you know, you're wanting to be cautious with that decision being made at the board level and not staff level, then be conservative in that number.
So leave it as is.
No, I wouldn't go that conservative. I think,
You
I
we
think
could
that's like way too.
Do you think we could ask staff to like draft, maybe put this off one more time, so we don't have to craft all the amendment language tonight, bring it back to us with maybe just a blank percentage and the language added from the other thing about the board can waive major developments and the may instead of the shall, and do it in one set of amendments. And we can just
Brandon?
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, it won't show up in your next draft. I'll just have a recommended red line for you. You know, it wouldn't be submitted, you know, for your packet because it would be.
Another hearing.
Well, would we have to have another hearing or?
You don't have to. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I was thinking posting wise.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we should post another hearing if it's gonna remain open. So then that would be, Brandon, a motion to continue to a date certain at this point.
That's correct. Yep.
Trustee Browning, would you like to make a motion to continue to a date certain?
How long do you need, Brandon, for?
One meeting, fine. I already had another suggested amendment I was going to ask for concerning development fees. So, I mean, it's fine. I can do it next meeting.
July 15th.
Is it, I was looking for the July 15th draft agenda to see what,
I'll take a look at it.
where we are.
It shouldn't take that long, right?
Yeah.
None of.
I think we're pretty much in agreement.
Yeah.
We're looking for,
3 items.
yeah.
We'll put our percentages in a hat and average them.
Okay, so I think July 15th, it sounds like it's okay.
I move to continue consideration of this ordinance until the July 15th meeting.
I second that.
Thank you. Victoria, are you okay with that?
Yes, you have, two first readings coming up and a second reading, so this will be a second, 4 ordinances and public hearings. 4 general business items right now. Okay.
Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion to continue?
I just have one comment. Maybe what we could do, because we'll add to the pile tonight, so unique. We could look at we have a handful of PUDs right now. Maybe we could take a look at ours, not another communities, and say, okay, based on, the Farmette, Riverbend, Lions or Leaf, what size would kind of trigger that, or type, and see if we can come up with a reasonable percentage that fits us better.
I like that.
Yeah. And if it's 5, 10, 15, whatever, we'll bring it back in the recommendation with the rationale.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Bigger than a shed, but not another whole floor. Yeah. Right? Somewhere in between.
Okay. So, next up, we have first reading of ordinance 1164, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 16.3.150 of the Lyons Municipal Code to allow the subdivision of lots recorded on March 20th, 1929. We have a brief staff report, please.
Yes. She keep that ready with me. Sorry, I had it and then things disappeared. So I'll talk while I pull it up. So the purpose, and we've gone over it once before, the purpose of this amendment was we had a property owner back in 2022 come to previous planner and wanted to subdivide their property. The property as it sits is about 1312. So in order to be able to subdivide, it had to be 14,000 feet, so you can have 2 7-acre lots. The planner at that time drafted an ordinance to allow for these historic double lots that were recorded prior to March 29th, 2020 or 1929. And I'm not reading my staff report, so this is in my head because I can't for some reason. But that code amendment did not go far enough. What it did, it allowed all of the lots within the R1 zone in that neighborhood that were previously platted that weren't 7,000. It pulled those into conformity, so they weren't legally non-conforming lots anymore. So that's all that did. So that same property owner reached out to me a couple of months ago. I was like, hey, I have this long email chain. I think I'm good. Let me subdivide. And I was like, okay, let me start your kind of review. And I was like, oh, you can't subdivide. And then he's like, oh, I can. There was a whole town process. Here's where it goes. So when you look back through the minutes from those meetings, it was certainly, at least in the first reading, it wasn't there in the second reading. And all this is in my staff report or in my cover memo. But it was there in the first reading that the purpose of this was to allow those historic double lots to be subdivided. But it didn't get there. And there has been a bit of confusion in the past month that the town is subdividing properties, or that this is about 3 lots or 2 particular lots. We have 1 lot that is wanting to utilize this code amendment currently. Yeah, and in no way is this, it's not a zone change. This is a code change. So as far as public notification goes, that notification process follows all other code amendments. So there's not kind of that intensive when you rezone a property or PUD. We don't, since this is a universal code amendment, even though it is somewhat tied to, a 5-block grid, but it doesn't go through that process, at least through what's codified in our code of ordinances. But at any rate, so this is seeking to adjust that and get to that legislative intent, and it's just allowing these historic lots that were previously platted to be subdivided, but still trying to maintain the community character, at least requiring 6,000 square feet of any new lot to be created. And that your lots within that area are between 5,900 and 7,000. So that gets them to be able to be able to subdivide their lot.
Thank you.
Pretty much it. So.
Thank you. Okay, questions for staff?
So you're saying that surrounding property, well, first of all, how many properties this in town would be affected by this change?
So I do have, Planner Kimmett's original analysis was 10 lots. I've gone back and looked, I'll share my screen. Again, I worry a bit because when I created the map for the PCDC, it was just to show what these lots look like. It was just an example. It wasn't any proposal whatsoever. But as far as double lots kind of in this neighborhood, we're looking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
In the whole town.
In the whole town. And they're all kind of focused on this North Old neighborhood.
There's a couple of double lots I know on Evans Street. Are they not picked up by this because they were platted at a different time?
As long as they meet that platting history, then yeah, this would allow that.
Okay. So the surrounding, I think from what you said earlier, next door neighbors and front and back neighbors, they did not get notice of this proposal.
No, since it's a code amendment, we don't have kind of the neighbor notifications. Where they would get notification if this were to happen is minor subdivisions require public hearing at PCDC. So they would, I guess that is their day in court. If a more robust, public engagement needs to occur, because I get it, because it's centered around one part of town. So it's a universal code amendment, but it's still targeted. So if that public outreach is something that staff needs to do, that's fine.
Well, it would be upon an application to subdivide, then they'd get notified, because it may never happen.
About 10 years, I sent some of these to Planner Bowen after the last meeting. So about 10 years ago, a double lot on this same street on High Street at 245, 247 High Street got subdivided. There are 2 houses there. The new house that was built is very neighborhood compatible. It's a nice, beautiful place. No controversy. So how did that get done? And the implication is, do we have to amend a townwide ordinance if this has been done before on similar lots? Why couldn't we do it lot by lot?
Yeah, so I couldn't find that history, and I can't speak to kind of the intent of the board at that time. So I couldn't find that answer. But I think perhaps Attorney Dittman has got his hand up as well.
Attorney Dittman, thank you, Andrew.
I don't know the specific history as to that lot, but the only way you could legally do it today without ignoring the code would be go get a variance of some kind and then to be a 2-stage process rather than a 1-stage. And I think under the general principle behind granting a variance, it seems unlikely it would kind of qualify for one. So I think this is a cleaner option.
Is this property on Reese and Stickney?
No, 245 and 247 High, right, 2 lots from the corner. We walk by that all the time, and I remember when it got done. And there was an old house with a rose garden beside it, and they went to the town, and the rose garden got wiped out, and they built a nice modern but fairly small house there. They just subdivided that lot, and they put up water shares and tap fees and all that. And I remember because they tore up the road and they had to go back and fix it.
Was it
So they got done.
What year do you know? You don't know. Post flood, right?
After I moved here. So
is
it would
that
have been like 2013, 2014.
We could look, see if it went to Board of Adjustments.
Yeah.
It may have gone to Board of
Post-flood, it may have just
Adjustments
been
as a
so.
variance.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you. Who else has questions?
So you're not convinced that it is just these 8? You didn't do any more research for the lower part of town?
No, only the ones where
So we could,
that were previously discussed by the Planner Kimmett.
Well, I think we need to know, well, we'll see if there's more questions first. Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
I move to approve ordinance 1164, amending section 16-3-150 of the Lions Municipal Code.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I feel like we do need to know, which properties this would affect in town.
So all double lots in the 1929,
In the 1929 plat.
even those that have become double since then, they could go back.
And the reason I think that we need to know is, for the purposes, if this should go to a second reading for purposes of a public hearing, those property owners should know too, that, should have the opportunity to speak about this. Yeah. Any other thoughts, discussion?
Yeah, I have some comments if it goes to second reading. Request staff feedback on these comments. As the mayor already indicated, I'm not comfortable with going forward and approving this unless there has been a notice, not just to the property owners of the double lots, but their neighbors, because it makes a big difference to somebody. When, like Ms. Marshall said earlier, if you move in and there's one house next to you, and you think you're gonna be living next to one house, and all of a sudden you find out they can subdivide, and there's two houses next to you with two sets of cars and kids and pets and everything, it makes a big change to your own property rights. So I think the neighboring property owners need to be notified before we should do something like this. And I know it's not required. I just think it's something we should do, reach out and notify the public. Secondly, I'm not sure that it's necessary. I can try to look back and see. I think maybe 2013, I tried to go back and see when there was like deeds on the Boulder County side of when that other house got done, and somebody might could go ask the property owners. They're really nice people. I could ask them because we know them a little bit. So I'm not sure this is necessary if there's a way, because that got done, maybe it got wrongly done, but if there's only one property owner asking for this, it seems kind of like overkill to me to do a townwide ordinance that might affect 10 lots. And then I went back and listened, because the prior board discussed this. I went back and listened to that board meeting on this particular issue, because I wanted to be sure what they were doing. Former trustee Edding and former planning chair Greg Edding made some, I thought, very perceptive comments that if these big lots are ever subdivided, you're not going to get small size affordable ADUs on them. That's not going to happen. For one thing, you can't have an ADU if it's a separate lot because there's no principal dwelling for it to be accessory to. Secondly, when you're looking at $100,000 of utility costs of CBT shares, which have to be put up with subdivision, and you can't use like McIntosh shares for market rate houses. The utilities cost, the actual costs of lots, and lots are going for $250,000 a pop in this town. The two little lots on the street down from us, they're asking $250,000 for. You add in construction costs, the sprinklers, the houses they're gonna be built here are gonna be expensive houses, and you can put a pretty good sized house on a 6,500 square foot lot. So I'm concerned, one of the things that was addressed in the housing futures plan is there's a limit on the number of potential ADU sites in Lyons. There's a lot of topographically limited, and we still got issues about deed restrictions that would probably be decided in the courts. So what we'd be doing here, as I read it, and this is what Commissioner Trustee Edding said, and I agree with him, is we're trading some up to maybe 10 potential ADU sites for what could be expensive market rate homes. And I'm not sure that's a good trade. We've been pretty successful with ADUs. I don't think that fits our housing policy. And in particular, I think it's inconsistent with comp plan strategy HN-2A on page 147 of the comp plan to encourage ADU development. And I think this would discourage ADU development. So I've got some concerns about this. And I welcome staff comments if it goes to second reading.
Attorney Tippman, please.
I would just say that it's pretty clear in R1 that the minimum lot area is 7,000 square feet. So there's no way around that other than maybe a variance. So that was I don't know what the history of that property was, but it is abundantly clear that there's no way to subdivide these properties.
Erin, I see your hand. Can you hold that thought for a second while we go through board comments and then we'll circle back, okay?
Who else?
To me, this looks like we're shooting a fly with a shotgun. If there's a procedure available now where somebody can subdivide up these lots, I don't know why we're doing this. I tend to respect people like Andrea Marshall, who has now come to 2 meetings to speak on this issue. People who bought homes in Old Town with an expectation that they were going to be single-family lots abutting them or around them. And now it seems we're changing the rules on at least, well, eight of these lots. At the very minimum, I think we need to get public comment on the second reading if this goes to second reading.
So if I remember correctly, I can't remember when we had this first reading here, I can see I moved to approve this, and I know that at the time, you know, in discussion with kind of Kemet and also trying to, you know, accomplish our housing goals, I think we were trying to be really creative about how we could bring in more density. And we were seeing these double lots and thinking if there's somehow we could subdivide them and encourage another house to be built. I hadn't thought about the ADU piece. I hadn't thought about how much these houses would cost once you've bought the land and watersheds, et cetera. But this was really, Lyons, again, it's so interesting that we keep talking about uniqueness of Lyons, because I do feel like we keep trying to find these unique solutions, or at least what I call creative solutions to, you know, a housing, I would say a lack of housing. We need housing, and I know this was one of the ways to address that. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion to try and give some context to that first reading.
Thank you.
Have a comment.
I would just add, I think it's good to look at increasing density where we can, but I'm not sure this is the right approach. I agree with Trustee Browning and Lowell. If there's a better way to do this one example, let's do that. And then I would argue, let's look at density in a much broader context and see what other opportunities are out there, whether it's ADUs or single family homes or something in between.
Can I respond? Because I just want to clarify that I'm understanding this clearly. This doesn't mean that every double lot will be subdivided. It means they have the option to. It's just we're cleaning up the code so that those lots can be subdivided at the request of the owner.
That's right.
Right? This is just making it an option.
Yes.
So it's not like we're forcing this on anybody. It's just, we're trying to facilitate what a property owner might like, and we wouldn't even, I mean, it really is this property owner coming to town and asking to subdivide.
And fair enough, I guess where my mind was headed was, do we look at single family homes and change the minimum lot size? You know, to improve it. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of different levers I think we can look at for increasing density. But I think that's a very healthy debate that the public should be included in.
I keep thinking, I was just in the Highlands the other day. And how you've taken the neighborhood that had a particular feel to it in the Highlands it's because everything that's being built, just nothing is there. And so it's like, are we creating that kind of an opportunity? So you have this, cute little middle of town house, and then all of a sudden you got something that's, just, well, I spent 35 years on Long Island, just saw it there too, and started stopping it from happening. And the notion that then that's a property we can't look at for an ADU.
But you can.
It's got my attention. Yeah.
And so I want to go through the comments, but I do want to address the ADU piece because I think that you can.
Absolutely, most of them have them now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you would double your house. So, and no one's gonna have multiple families next to them that currently has a single. If you live here and you have a lot here, it's gonna be divided this way, so you're still gonna have a single house next to you.
Well, on a legal question, once you legally divide the lot and you have a single lot, you have one house on it, it can't be an accessory dwelling unit. Legally, it has to be, there has to be a principal dwelling. It can't be
Yes,
a
they
principal dwelling on a separate
No,
lot.
they can add an ADU, and so can't the next lot have a principal and an ADU. You had 3 houses.
You could put ADUs on subdivided 6,500 square foot lots.
Sure.
A house and an ADU on a 6,500 square
Sure,
foot
why
lot.
couldn't you put a tiny home in the backyard? We allow 10 of them.
I wish we could. We tried. we
No, I
worked
mean,
hard
I'm
on that.
just saying,
Nobody's done
it
one
doesn't
yet,
have to
but-
be big.
but
Okay.
Could I would like to respond to, or echo, I guess, what trustee Williams said. She mentioned Highlands. We have good friends in Austin who live in a post-World War II neighborhood, beautiful old houses, trees, and they love. But the city council of Austin decided they wanted more density closer to downtown. And they allowed subdivided lots of these, and it had bigger than average lots in this old subdivision. They allowed it. And what's happened is at this point, probably 1/3 to 40% of the houses in that beautiful neighborhood have been acquired because the real estate's so valuable, like it is here, torn down, scraped. And on those lots are brand new, I don't know what you call them, condo something, townhouse condo styles and nice modern architecture. They totally ruined the character of the neighborhood. And I asked a realtor here in Lyons not long ago, why don't we see tear downs in Lyons like we've seen in other places and replacement minor structures? And she said, lot sizes and lot lines. And I think besides losing, what I think is the prospect for ADUs, I don't think you could put a house and an ADU and make them work on a 6,500 square foot subdivided lot. I worry about creating the incentive and the opportunity for, not from the current owners, but who knows who's gonna own these houses 10 years in the future of tear downs and ruining neighborhood character and lines. I worry about
If we don't change the zoning, then, you know,
You
if the
still-
zoning remains R1, then nobody can build an apartment building.
Yeah, but our zoning doesn't have any architectural compatibility requirements in it.
Yeah, adopt residential designs.
Yeah. That's, okay. So I know Aaron had something to add, and then I think Andrew has something to add, and then I have something to add. So Aaron?
Just real quick, I wanted to point out and make sure it was understood. If the double lots are 14,000 square feet, the standard double lot, they can already subdivide. Planner Kimmett brought this up because there were some lots that got part of the property removed by alley or other items coming in that eliminated that standard 7,000 square foot double lot. So it may have been that the other lot, I don't know, was 14,000 square feet over on High Street and it divided. And if any of those lots are 14,000 square feet, they can divide. It's only ones who had part of the property removed or got altered in a way that may not have been known even at the time. It may have been, and that's the code now, but just to point that out.
It's just, the whole ordinance is just to adjust this little 500 feet difference.
Yeah.
From an alley. They can already do this. It's just there's a handful that can't because they got 10 feet of alley taken out of their square footage. That's all this is about.
Andrew, what did you have to add?
Y'all already covered it, but yeah, the question about the ADUs, I don't see this as a barrier to ADU development. In fact, worked in another community, where they went through this process for the purpose of doubling up their ADUs. And they were able to subdivide their larger lots, and then they would get another home, but then they would also pick up another 2 ADUs on the back end. And I'm not saying that's a responsible, development pattern for Lyons, but it certainly, this isn't inhibiting ADU growth in my opinion.
Do we have motion? We don't have motion as a second.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do. Sorry, it's getting late. So I would think that we should actually move this to second reading, find out how many other lots in town would be affected by this, and do some public outreach, so that folks know what's going on here. Whether we do door hangers or mail or whatever. but this to me is not problematic, you know, I think the lot that I live on is 6,500 square feet, it's less than 7,000 square feet. We could easily put an ADU in there if my husband didn't build his music studio already. So I don't see that prohibition, and I understand the concern of, you know, you buy your place and your neighbors are who they are and you have a certain expectation, but you still don't have control of that property, right? So your neighbors could sell their property to people that we don't like, you know, or that have a bunch of kids and they don't want kids around. It's, so we have control over our own property, not our neighbor's property, as long as what they were doing is within the bounds of the law. So, I'm gonna vote to move this to a second reading. Are there any other comments before I call for the vote?
Just one, it was an official subdivision of that parcel in 2013.
Oh, I know it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Ow.
Okay, so I,
200,000 back then, 215.
I'll call for the vote on 1164, please.
Trustee, motion passes 5-2 with trustee Browning and trustee Lowell voting against.
Thank you. All right. Move on to first reading of ordinance 1165, an ordinance of the town of Lyons redacting and replacing chapter 18, article 15 of the Lyons Municipal Code regarding flood damage prevention. We had an extensive workshop on this earlier. I see Justin's on the line. Justin, do you want to give us a brief staff report?
Yeah, I'll try keeping it brief since, like you mentioned, we had the workshop. Basically, FEMA is going to adopt the mapping they did in 2016. As part of that, in order to stay in the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to adopt in our ordinances that we are referencing the latest and greatest FEMA mapping. So this ordinance just updates the Lyons Municipal Code to reference the correct floodplain mapping that will go into effect in October.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff that might not have gotten answered at our workshop or in relation to this? If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 2024-1165, an ordinance of the town of Lyons redacting and replacing chapter 18, article 15 of the Lyons Municipal Code regarding flood damage prevention.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Do we want to do another check in its turn 15 or should we just keep going?
We should at least.
I think we should keep going. Okay. You all have been here for a very long time. I recognize that. Do you have any treats left for our guests?
I have a couple.
It's Canada Day, in case you didn't know.
Here's anyone each try. Got 2 butter tarts left and a little handful of almonds.
Okay, well, trustee Dati is being folks. Clerk Vasquez, will you please read consent into the record?
Yes, item 1 are the June 17th, 2024 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 2 are the July accounts payable.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any item any trustee would like to remove from consent?
Yeah, I don't want to do this, but I want to make a correction to the Board of Trustee meeting notes.
To the minutes?
Minutes.
Okay, so the minutes have been removed. Let's then vote on consent as amended.
And I'll note that it passes unanimously with the exception of trustee Dottie.
I was going to vote for it.
Don't vote for it. Okay, trustee Lowell.
Yeah, just a quick one here, under staff reports, administrators report. I think I brought this up, but we were talking about the use of the 318 3rd Avenue as a town park. It's not the Christmas house lot, it's in fact 318 3rd Avenue.
The one behind Lee Williams's.
Yeah,
There's 3 lots there that are buyouts.
one had the
Christmas house.
ranch house on it, and the one
The
perpendicular
greenhouse.
to it was the Christmas house. I just looked it up, there's only 2, and 318 Third is where you put up the new park sign.
Yep.
So I just want to correct that.
And it said, what?
It has a 318 Third Avenue, that was the address.
we're considering those rules applying to both those buyouts.
Except one has already been leased. Christmas tree house is leased to the party next door.
No, only 25 feet. Only 25 feet.
I got it, but it's not a community park if we lease it.
The rest of it is.
I'm confused. You told me last week that that was a community property,
It is.
a Dr. Bob community property. And I asked him, there was no lease on it. You're saying the other one is now, except for the 25 feet we lease?
No,
The
we
Christmas
don't lease
lot?
it. They're both considered community parcels.
Except for
for
lease
25 feet. Because every neighbor next to a Dr. Bob gets a 25-foot buffer.
318 Third Avenue. That's the only correction I have to that, not Christmas house.
Yeah, would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion to accept the minutes. Sorry.
Is there a second? All right.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. There are no boards and commissions tonight, so we'll move on to general business. Item 1 is resolution 2024-53, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving or denying minor development review for the 501 West Main Street Riverbend Development Plan application. Take it away.
And I've got it up and running. All right, so I'll keep this short. Since we've had a lot of conversations through the PUD process, and we've got a development agreement teed up to take care of kind of the issues that were brought up during that public process or those public processes. Staff has brought this to you all. So since it's a major, or since this proposal has 2,000 feet of commercial development and some proposed commercial accommodations, the tiny homes, even if they don't go right now, the building keys this off into a major development review, and staff has to, as the administrators said, we have to put it in that process. There is room within the code, and I've got it highlighted and pulled up right here, and it's also within the resolution itself. But the Board of Trustees may, upon a recorded vote, waive their review of a major development by either deciding that a proposed development should be subject to minor development review instead of major development review, or deciding that the TCDC's recommendation is final. So you all in your packet, you have the development plan and this middle documents in the hopper. Again, staff have declared that a major development review, but are requesting that for the opportunity to have a minor development review, again, because we've already got the PUD in place and we'll have that development agreement that covers those issues. So just to try to streamline this a bit, that's the request for tonight, and that's it.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
I have one for Brandon, and Brandon, it's the one I emailed this morning. If we waive major development review and send this to the minor development review process, and you read through the code, what happens with the minor development review? At the very end of all those code sections, it says that the applicant can appeal the staff's decision on the minor development review to the Board of Trustees. So I want to be clear of but within the section you just read that says the Board of Trustees may waive their review by sending this to minor development review. So I want to be clear on the process that if we do that and the applicant, well, I think there's other parties besides the applicant that can appeal it to, reference in there. Is it possible that this could come back to the board on an appeal?
Yeah, my interpretation, those are different sections, right? And that the board's initial decision to waive its review of a major development is basically a decision whether it's major or minor, and that the appeal is for whatever the result of that staff administrative decision is. And so there's two separate processes. The board isn't waiving its rights to hear an appeal if it were one to be given by the applicant, is my interpretation. But again, this is a new section of code. The board has never, interpreted it in any sort of way, but was my understanding of how it would work.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that not only the applicant, but I think there's a couple of other parties in interest that are listed in the code, that people wouldn't, nobody would lose their potential appeal rights because they'll waive their review language. And that's what you're saying, that if one of the designated parties still wanted to, we could still hear that appeal as an appeal from a minor development.
Yeah, I think that's the way that makes the most sense to read it, is that this was really the initial decision, is it a major or minor, and there's a separate ability to appeal whatever the final administrative decision is.
Okay.
Other questions?
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I motion to approve, the resolution 2024-53 to approve processing the development application as a minor development plan review.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Real quick, I mentioned this at the last meeting. Big effort was made by the town staff, the planner at the time, and representatives of the PCDC and representatives of the board to try to streamline and make simpler and more flexible also the major minor development review processes that were in the code. If you think what's in there now is complicated, you should have seen it before. But one of the things we wanted to do was provide for more flexibility. That is something that's in popular parlance, like increasing a building from 4,000 to 6,000 square feet where there was already a building plan there. Is that really a major development or not? Some people might say yes and no, but it's not like a whole new project like a hotel or something like that. And so we built some flexibility into the code. And this section that we would be utilizing was one of those flexibility mechanisms. And if the board basically thinks that a proposed development doesn't have the townwide, for example, effects that a new hotel downtown would have, just to use the most obvious example, it can waive that process. And there's another consideration here, which is because we didn't have a PUD amendment process in the code, which was probably our fault. When this came about, this was the only way. It had to go through like a new PUD approval process, and that got pretty detailed, lots of public hearings and comments, plenty of public input. So having gone through that process, should we exercise our judgment and potentially flexibility to send this to minor development review? And I think that's the kind of thing we intended when we amended those provisions, and I think this is a good example of how we could exercise that.
Okay. And I agree with Trustee Browning. I appreciate the context and I appreciate the intent of, and this sounds like a perfect fit for that intent.
Anyone else? Yeah, I agree. I'm happy to do it. And I do have one suggestion, just terminology wise, and Trustee Dottie and I were talking about this earlier. There's development plan review, and then we talked about the agreement, which is sort of like an operating agreement, but it's been called different things. I don't really care what it's called, but I would really prefer to not call it a development agreement because I think that's just gonna confuse many people. If there's any way to call it an operating agreement or an MOU or
MOU.
And those terms are from the code, and that's kind of part of the problem.
Yeah.
Oh.
The development agreement is often, and if you can't get what you need or the clarification you need out of the development plan review,
then that's when that development agreement kicks off.
Okay, can we just call it an agreement, just just
When you're
between us,
Yes.
yeah, in parlance. I just don't want people to get confused.
But I 100% agree. I think a lot of the confusion in this process is because of the nomenclature in the code. It's unfortunate, but that is the standard terminology that's also used. So,
All right, all right.
Thanks for bringing it up.
Sure. Okay, if there are no further comments, I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for sticking it out so late. I appreciate it. Okay, I need to use the restroom. Can you take this?
That was metric as well.
Take a break. Okay, let's,
Close the door when you go, Chris. Thank you. Thanks.
I think we all just need a really short break and then we'll follow.
Yeah, sorry, I was-
Just a little bio break
Okay.
for multiple folks.
Okay.
We'll make it quick.
I'm gonna go You're gonna,
All right,
gonna have
thanks,
fun.
everybody. Tracy, sorry, we have to take that break. We know that you're waiting, so I appreciate your patience.
you haven't
Oh,
seen her yet. She might be.
well, you better text her.
Tracy.
Better text her to submit that grant if that's what we do. Okay, discussion direction to
Oh, there
staff
she is.
on submittal of grant application to Colorado Water Conservation Board for restoration of the Carter Drive stream bank.
She's only gonna have an hour to get it started.
I know.
Get it approved.
Can we have a staff
There she
report,
is.
please?
Yeah, she's here.
Of course. She's a trooper.
I know.
Evening, Board of Trustees, Mayor. I don't know why I think my little camera, there we go. I just want to give you an update on the stream bank restoration. We did get funding for design and we are at 60% design now. So we're at the point where we should start looking at funding for construction. And it is the hopes that we could maybe start construction this fall during the low stream flows. So one of the funding opportunities we've identified is through CWCB. It is a 50% match. So the current estimate, engineer's estimate is $661,139. And so our request to CWCB would be 333,000, just a little over that. We do have some donated materials that we received from the Summit Housing Project that would go towards our match. So 209,000. It's estimated to be worth 209,000. And then we would need a cash match of a little over 121,000. So CWCB does have a grant application that's due today. So if the board pleases, we can get the application submitted today and get an award by December and get this out to bid and possibly have this work completed before spring runoff. So earlier I gave you the wrong time frame. We want to try and get this done before next spring. Otherwise, the next funding opportunity through CWCB is December. And then we wouldn't get an award till May, and we probably wouldn't be able to do the work until next fall. We've been trying to reach out to other funding opportunities, other agencies, but so far we haven't really found any other viable funding options at this point. So staff would like direction on whether we should go ahead and submit for this this grant application or any other direction the board might have. And there is a suggestion of possibly utilizing the flood set aside funds for the cash match because this is a flood recovery project. So that's one suggestion. And then Cassie Istone did say that there is approximately 300,000 available in the 2024 reserves as well. So there's two funding buckets through the town that we might be able to pull the cash match from. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I'm like,
yeah, we know.
Well, we understand.
We're sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Questions for staff? Trustee Law?
You've got the 60% design in, I understand.
Yep.
Have you shared that with the Ecology Advisory Board?
I would have to ask our town engineer Justin because he's managing the project, so I'm not sure if it's been vetted through them quite yet.
But just on the side, I mean, they were integral to the upstream bank restoration that we did 4 or 5 years ago. So perhaps Justin's not aware, but that needs to go to the EAB for review.
It is the same engineering firm, so I'm sure that it's similar design. But yes, we will definitely get it over to them.
Okay, and I have another question. So how was the $209,000 materials match estimated? I mean, are we talking, I assume we're talking about the sandstone ledge that was blasted out by Summit. Are we assured that that's a plus or minus $20,000 figure? I mean, I'm just looking at the bottom line here. It could be more.
Justin did it. You can answer.
Well, actually, the engineering firm did, but go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, our consultant came up with that estimate, and they based it off of a recent project or bid that they had for a similar project in Castle Rock.
Thank you.
Trustee Browning?
What's the status of the safety fence that separates this area from the Summit housing?
I believe the fence has been installed, but I haven't been out there to take a look at it. Have you, Justin?
I've just driven by, but yeah, it is has a 4-rail fence with like wire mesh. It's fairly significant. I haven't looked at it in detail, but they have definitely built a fence there.
Yeah, there's definitely a fence. I haven't seen any signage on it. I thought we wanted signage. So Trustee Lynn.
Just to answer your question, Trustee Browning, I had this discussion with Aaron Kaplan. So that fence is installed. It is considered permanent. Those posts are set in concrete. Very nice looking fence. Unfortunately, it's all gonna go away once this work begins. So Summit installed the fence, Summit paid for the fence. It'll go away when the restoration starts.
We can have them put it back in.
Then one more question. Is the town under any legal or other compulsion to do this stream bank restoration project? Are we required to do it by anybody?
Just the Board of Trustees over the years saying it was a safety issue.
It's something we voluntarily did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions for staff? Okay. Who would like to kick us off? Oh, I'll pick Trustee Hamrick. He looks like he wants to talk.
Need a motion?
No, it's discussion direction.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I don't know enough about this site to understand if it's a safety concern or not. I guess my question's really more, or just the funding aspects of the town match, 121K, and I heard there, could you repeat what the funding sources were? One was reserves, but what was the other one?
The flood set aside. We have $1 million we've been trying to set aside.
Yeah.
So we could borrow from that and then replenish it next year, and if you wanted to do it that way.
And the set aside is based on clawbacks.
Potential clawbacks, which.
And the clawbacks have been running remarkably low. That's not shifted.
No. Well,
Tracy, did you have something to add?
they did a
Yeah,
closeout.
the set aside was for any projects, flood recovery projects where we didn't have funding for. So it was for ineligible flood recovery projects. It was for project shortfalls. So if we did have funding, but maybe FEMA or other funding source deems some of the work ineligible, it was for ineligible costs, and it was for clawback. So it was a comprehensive set aside for recovery, and clawback was a part of that. So.
Well, I'll say, I think it makes sense to use the flood fund for this. It is a safety concern. My opinion is we need to get it done. I think, the grants that we've been able to get are great. I think the materials match is terrific. Would love to see that go up. If anybody wanted to revise that up and the cash down, that would be great. But other than that, I'll just throw out that I'm good with using the flood fund for this.
Trustee Lowell?
You guys don't want to hear me talk about this. I've been harping on this now for 4 years. This should have been done back in 2017 when it cost $396,000, but Keith Bell, the owner at the time, refused to let us do the work. I was on the St. Vrain Creek Coalition. I also made a motion to have Summit do it when I was a trustee. That got voted down. So now I also voted down when we accepted the 2 lots. These lots are the gifts that keep on giving. We're already into them for $42,600 for the design. We're now going to be into them for possibly another $122,000. Had these lots not been transferred to the town, they would still be in the possession of Summit. We had an agreement with Summit that we would work with them to get grants to fix this stream bank. We have the grants now, but Summit's out of the picture. So now it's back on the town. We're between a rock and a hard place now. If we don't do the construction, we have a $27,500 penalty from the St. Vrain Left-Hand Creek watershed. Is that correct, Tracy? Yeah, so if we don't do this, we're gonna have to pay a penalty. So now we're up to $67,000, $68,000 that we've spent on this, still to no avail. I'm not crazy about using the flood set-aside money. I think we just put another $171,000 back in there from the Broadway project. I'm up in the air on this. I know it needs to be done. I can't be hypocritical about it. I've said it needs to be done for 5 years. It needs to be done. Now it's just a question of how much money we're gonna spend and where it's gonna come from.
Do you have a preference of where it comes from?
No, I'm still thinking about it.
Okay. And for Tim, what do you think?
I think it should come the
Flood set aside?
yes, it is 1046.
Trustee Brennan?
I have a dissenting view on this. I'll first say for the record, and Trustee Lowell, I've talked about this for years, I would have never voted to accept those 2 lots if I had any idea that it would lead to this. The idea that was that those 2 lots, though they weren't worth very much in their present condition, might someday have some value that could be used to recoup some of the money that was put into the Summit project, including the waiver of park impact fees and the waived use tax we did. That's why we made sure that Summit, not the town, had the obligation to construct a safety fence. That was to address the safety issue. In my view, this ranks far below other priorities for spending town money. Below fire risk mitigation, below utilities infrastructure, below streets and sidewalks that we haven't funded yet, and affordable or attainable housing. I think we're prioritizing this project that we don't have to do above all those other things. And that doesn't square with my priorities. I think we should respect those higher priority uses and not spend this additional money on a lower priority, not required project that will benefit few people and no business. I don't think it's a wise use of taxpayer money. And I strongly object to, once more, dipping into the clawback reserve as a source of borrowing funds for this low priority project. My recollection is not that the clawback reserve was to be used for other undone flood projects that we haven't thought of yet. I'd have to go back and review the board deliberations at the time, and it predated my time on the board. The clawback reserve was set up before I came on the board. My understanding was it was to go for disallowed expenses, as Tracy says, and potential clawbacks way into the future, and we're still at risk of that. But using of that is equivalent to borrowing against an insurance policy. You can borrow against your insurance policy for temporary cash needs, but if the calamity happens that you insured against, all of a sudden you don't have the coverage you thought you had. And that's exactly what we're doing here. And this illustrates once more the town's inability to keep our hands off of set-aside reserves. We've done it with the stormwater drainage fund, the streets fund, and now the clawback reserve fund several times. It's just too tempting to dip into these types of reserve funds every time we run short on money to finish a project, which is a reason that we discussed recently in the goals and planning for this board, that we need to quickly decide where the extra half-cent sales tax is going to go, because I think that starts coming in this month. We need to designate a specific project for that and state a firm policy, at least to this board, that it will not be touched for other purposes. I know we can't fully bind future boards, but once again, this is an example that it's just too tempting to dip into funds set aside for one purpose every time we have a cash shortfall. And as a self-professed fiscal conservative and budget hawk, I can't support this, so I'm voting no.
Thank you. Trustee Delman.
So if we don't do this, is this stream bank going to road all the way to the homes or?
Yeah.
What's, it will?
Eventually, it will to the south, you don't think? No.
Not with the riparian forest that's been regenerated down below. The whole river has gone east. Even with the high water, I was down there the other day, there might be a foot of water
But
washing
the
through the
bank keeps
forest.
sloughing off. Up above that,
We have a safety fence.
well, that's gonna go down
I know.
too.
I don't know, because I certainly agree with Trustee Browning. And I initially thought it wasn't worth it to do it, and then I went and looked, and it did look like it was eroding. So I have to say, I'm not going, I can't give a.
You know, I haven't seen the fencing installed, but I have seen erosion happening. I do know who lives on that cul-de-sac. I know there were children on that cul-de-sac. I am very concerned about their safety. I'm not sure the fence is going to keep them out. I'm afraid of losing that fence in the long run with the erosion. I do feel like this is a flood recovery project. I feel like it does fall within the purpose of the flood set aside funds. I think we have to do it. So I'll vote yes for this.
Trustee Hamrick, have you given more thought to think?
First of all, I'm curious about what this fine is. Is this a one-time fine, or
No, it's, we,
if we don't do anything, we get fined?
no, it's not a fine, they gave us money. It's a penalty for not doing it because they gave us money to do the grant to research it. If we don't follow through with the project, we have to pay them back.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a payback. Yeah.
The payback.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think I recall vaguely some discussion about the clawback money and that we were financially in good shape and the percentages were very low and blah, blah, blah. So I don't like borrowing from that, but at the same time, if the catastrophe happened, we can dip into reserves. So I'd lean toward going forth with this.
With the flood reserve?
Yeah.
You know, and I'll point out that we did pay back the streets fund with overages or underages. So
Yeah, and I would just add, just to Trustee Browning's comments, I think anytime we get free assets or any type of assets, we need to look at long-term cost of it. I mean, I was saying that with sidewalks and the grant we got, which made sense, but at the same time, it's gonna cost us money long-term. So I just think we need to do a better job of the diligence before we go and accept things. Sounds like this has been in the hopper for quite a long time.
it's been in the hopper for quite a while. So right now, we're at 4 who would like to move forward and use the flood fund for it. And I would say that we keep in mind the opportunities to pay back that fund.
And we need to keep in mind, this is just applying for the grant. We didn't even necessarily, and we don't have it yet. So it's may not even have
to maybe move.
Yeah.
Right, you won't know until.
I think I'm making a decision to move forward with it.
Okay. Okie dokie. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tracy, for sticking it out. You have an hour and 7 minutes
To submit the grant.
Okay, so next up, discussion direction to staff on remote meeting policy. Unless I'm mistaken, and at this late night, I might be, But what we talked about was clarifying that 25% of regularly scheduled meetings may be attended remotely. And we also want to incorporate the remote meeting policy into.
During the term.
During the term, yes, thank you. During any trustee's term.
Say that again.
25% of regularly scheduled meetings may be remote. If a trustee would like to, they can approach the board for an exception to those rules. Then the board will decide considering the circumstances. So we also want that policy to be folded into the legislative policy. And then Trustee Browning, I'll go through my list when you let me know what I missed.
I'm looking for mine.
Okay, good, I'll start. I can say whatever I want. Attorney Dittman?
Would it be easier if I just go through kind of my list? I have kind of an abbreviated list.
Good.
Yeah, please, Attorney Dittman, you go right ahead.
So the first one we already talked about combining the remote meeting policy and the legislative policy. The next one I have is citizen agenda requests. And putting some sort of language around that. There being language around the agenda setting function being delegated from the Board of Trustees to the mayor and town administrator, that there be requests within 4 meetings, beyond the agenda within 4 meetings, or up for a vote or put on the 5th meeting if that's not done within 4 meetings. Reference in 24B to the merits not being discussed rather than this not being discussed, debated at all. And then 25C, they're being referenced to state statutes rather than the rules themselves when you're going into executive session. And then we just talked about the remote meeting attendance policy being 25% of regular scheduled Board of Trustees meetings. So those are the highlights that I had.
Okay, and I have 2 more. Written citizen input, so emailed to the town clerk by noon on Thursdays to be included in any particular packet. And that change, once this comes back to us and is approved on consent, then that change should be communicated to the community. And then remote participation in quasi judicial proceedings. Did you just cover that, Brandon?
Oh, I did have that one down, but I didn't say it, but yes, I have that one as well.
Okay, that's what I had, and then. Do you have anything
Found my
else?
list. I think one more thing, and that is we need to do something about citizen agenda requesting.
Add the process.
What the process is and form and all.
Got that covered, okay, so that'll come back to us then on consent.
And then there was a language change about agenda setting process that delegated the authority to the administrator.
I think Brandon got that.
Brandon got that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, great. So let's move on to trustee reports / future agenda items. Maybe we can make them brief. I know Tanya and I attended CML, and I know you probably have a lot of notes. Do you want to go first?
Actually, I don't have my notes in front of me. I did a recap, which I shared with Town Administrator Simonson, and we might get together and discuss these going forward. So I basically attended a session on building consensus for affordable housing in a small town. I also attended a session on case study on housing in 5 cities in Jefferson County. And there was a session about preserving the heritage of the community, actually, and I was surprised to learn that you could use grant money from the Colorado State Historical Fund for historic events, such as good old days. And I shared that information with the Redstone Museum. And what was the other one? There was one that I was, this one, revitalizing mobile home parks on Friday. So that was great. I know you touched base with the person who worked with Montrose to revitalize their mobile home parks, and hopefully we'll bring him the lines and take a look around. So that's all I have from CML. But I'd love to follow up with Administrator Simonson regarding some questions I had that are in an email here. Somewhere. Awesome.
See you.
There hadn't been SFC meeting since our last meeting. I will add, I was at the Sandstone concert with the Mayor Pro Tem, and a resident asked me to bring up the fact of, and I know this has been discussed on prior boards, of requiring bear-proof trash cans. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something we want to kick around at a later date. So just wanted to bring it up.
Thank you. Trustee Roll?
Yeah, the Ecology Advisory Board met last month. You should have another application for a member.
I
Okay,
have one.
I just want to make sure, because
Yep.
Kurt was welcoming this person, and I went, wait a minute, I don't know, I don't
Yeah,
think they.
has not been appointed.
No, she
You can
hasn't-
have 24 hours.
She hasn't been appointed yet,
No,
but I
that's right.
forwarded her application to Kurt and said, what do you think? And he said thumbs up.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, we're up to a full complement for the Historic Preservation Committee. Thank you to town staff for making that happen. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is it's extremely important for my schedule that if we're gonna make changes and dates where we're doing things, that we do it as far in advance as possible. I had last Tuesday set aside and actually chose to take a trip based on last Tuesday being our first quarterly meeting. And instead, it was moved to next Tuesday when I'm in North Carolina. And that to me is a really important thing to attend. And so I really, as far ahead as we can get that stuff, I travel a hell of a lot. And I mean, it's this point, that's my major source of income. And I don't like missing anything when I don't have to.
Thank you.
Does that date work still? If not, I mean.
Next Tuesday,
Mhm.
I'm flying to Austin next Tuesday.
Oh,
No. Okay. Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Trustee Browning?
Yes, the Utilities Engineering Board met, June 19th, and they discussed Riverbend utilities issues. The utilities issues presented by the possible T-Bow annexation in the Eastern Corridor. And also, as they frequently do, the possible time of use electric rates for the town. The UEB is making presentations to other town boards and commissions about those. It is a very complicated subject area with uneven impacts on different residents and different businesses. So I suggested that they do a presentation to the EDC because there are some specific types of businesses that may be affected by that. And just future warnings, future board action, that time of use rates may need to be done, but it's going to take a lot of careful study and it's not easy to understand. It's just something to look forward to. Future agenda items, after the Riverbend matter, I emailed the town administrator and mayor as the policy allows, and as to follow up on multiple suggestions made in that process. At some point, we're gonna need to take up a noise ordinance. I think people on both sides of the Riverbend issue suggested that, and several board members suggested that, and it's not easy, but I think it's something we need to do. And if I haven't shared it with anybody yet, and I've lost track of who I shared it with, then that issue was brought up at a prior board. I did a bunch of research. I did a draft noise ordinance back in 2021, and I also did a survey of what other municipalities have in their noise ordinances in terms of decibel limits. And if anybody would like a copy of that, if any member of the public would like a copy of that, I'll be glad to share it. As I mentioned not too long ago, I think pretty soon this board needs to look at adopting something to set aside the half-cent sales tax increase money and specify where it's going. So I know it's gonna be put into a separate account as it's collected, but it's just sitting there in a separate account unless we specify that it's going to purpose A or purpose B, I think there's a risk of it being used for other things. As also mentioned earlier in the meeting, I think this board needs to make a decision on the old Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant that we've been trying to sell for 3 years. Do we want to pursue Boulder County easements or not, or do we want to sell it as is? And I think that needs to, it's time. I think Trustee Lola mentioned that before. Time to get something done on that. If we can sell it, let's sell it. So we need an agenda item on that to do it because this board hasn't really considered it. And something that Mayor Rogan and I have talked about in the past, and I don't have a time limit on this, but particularly with the IGA task force meeting now and the report coming from them, I think it's time to take another look at what the town's affordable and attainable housing goals are. It's currently still 10% permanently affordable. That's the town's goal in a resolution passed back in 2016, 2017, something like that. There's a county goal of 12% that the town endorsed. Since those things were done, we've had a lot more ADUs built. How do those factor in at all to our town's affordable housing goals? The Evans Street properties, which are kind of a different kind of animal, have come along. Do we consider those affordable housing locally, whether the state does or not? And there's a lot of things there that I think we need to update and clarify what our goals are. That's my list.
Thank you. So the PRC did not meet since our last meeting. They are not having a meeting in July. I do have one thing about the sewage treatment plant. Do we know if anything has been changed with that, if it's not working right? Because I've had a couple people complain to me that it smells worse than ever, and I have to agree. So I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of. We usually see an increase in odors when there's either been rain, because our basins aren't covered and it stirs stuff up, or when they're unloading and loading the sledge hauling truck. And I had not been made aware that they're doing that any longer. I certainly can ask Aaron tomorrow. They have something to do with that odor control filter. Maybe that needs some kind of a cleaning or something, but yeah, we can certainly look into it. It could also just be the wind direction.
Yeah, I wondered about that.
And if that's the
That's been
case,
pretty
it
consistent.
might have shifted a bit.
You might also tell them that the update on the capacity and performance and what's.
Is in process.
I think it's coming in August.
And they will be
Engineering firm is working on
recommending.
right now what we need to do to upgrade that plant. It's coming
They
in
will be
August.
recommending either covering the basins to reduce that or a different type of treatment so it smells less.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll be brief. I won my election to the CML Executive Board. Their executive board, thank you. I have leftover vote for Holly employee entitlement kids. You think I'm kidding? I spent $70 American of my own money on them. So no, it is exciting. There's a board retreat in Colorado Springs the weekend of July 12th. So I'm looking forward to getting up to speed on another volunteer board. The PCDC met, we talked about the 5-acre rule. They also discussed farmers markets as an allowable use in commercial districts, and they had a discussion about music and parking and specifically about Planet Bluegrass for some reason, although there are no farmers markets there and I haven't heard of the intention to hold them. One question I had is that, and Brandon, this might be for you. During the PCDC meeting, Andrew stated that any farmer's market will need a permit to operate, but is that the case if it's an allowed use?
I guess I had a question, what type of permit you would need? I mean, maybe a business license? I mean.
I'm not sure. I think an operating permit, like a special event kind of
Would be to
permit.
get their sales tax license number and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, that, but do they need a special event permit?
Not unless they're, right, currently they would need that because they're not allowed anywhere.
Right.
But people are doing.
But once it's an allowed use, they wouldn't need that.
As long as they're not closing any streets or anything, I wouldn't think they would. I mean, business license.
The
Yeah.
details of where you're referring to, because if
I think it
it's
was
not a lot
referring to
designed
everywhere.
for that, or it's allowable, they should get a special event.
Okay. And then PCDC decided to punt on the Prop 123 recommendations until after we had the workshop, which makes sense. Dr. Cog did not meet in June, as far as I know, meeting in July still. And then I was invited to a reception for a delegation of municipal elected leaders from Kosovo in October. So I replied yes, and I found out they're going to and from Estes Park. So I invited them to the delegation to stop by Lions. It's being organized by Rotary International. So if you all posted on that. And then finally, just to float this idea, and Trustee Browning and I talked about this a little bit. People really seem to miss good old days. I think everybody does. And at CML, one of the other mayors of a tourist town was telling me that in their shoulder season, they have like a townwide picnic for everybody. And they're only 350 people, but I started thinking, like, what if we did an after Labor Day event for the community? We know what it would cost because we bought out Laverne Johnson Park for the flood event. But what if it was like a combo Laverne Johnson days, good old days, and we had music and a picnic, and it was just a community gathering to kind of gather everybody before fall.
I think they're having the sculpture dedication the day before her birthday for that reason, to kind of reflect the gathering of people that, used to celebrate that.
Okay, so
For this
so it's for this year, so maybe in the future, something to think about, just doing a townwide kind of thank you for the great summer event.
And I think Laverne Day did a great idea.
We can call it good old Laverne days. Okay, that is it. We have a summary of action items, please.
Yes, item 1, I have, discussion direction of approving participation in the Regional Housing Group Proposition 1B. Financial allocation was moved to a date certain of August 13th, 2024. Staff is to follow up with me on 3-phase for Main Street. Item 3, the 5-acre rule amendment to come before the board as a first reading with staff recommendations and background on unintended consequences. Item 4, resolution 2024-52 was approved. Item 5, ordinance 1161 was moved to a date certain of July 15th, 2024. Next, I have ordinance 1164 passed to second reading. Next, I have staff is to research 245 and 247 High Street on their lot subdivision. Next, I have ordinance 1165 passes to second reading. Next, I have the Board of Trustees approve staff to apply for the CWCB grant. Next was the legislative and remote policies are to be combined with all of the listed changes by Attorney Dittman. And last, I have follow-up on why the wastewater treatment plant smells.
And then
Thank you.
a list of several requests for future agenda items, including discussion of bear-proof trash cans,
I've got,
the noise ordinance, the treatment plant, visiting affordable housing goals, and
There's the sales tax increase and Apple Valley water.
yeah, I have that separate, yep. I did Apple Valley, it was the sales tax designation.
Brandon?
Laverne's son had the street closure request that we couldn't vote on.
I put it on the 15th.
We'll vote on it on the 15th.
Okay, I didn't know
Thank you.
it was on the list, so.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else from you, Brandon?
No, that's everything I had.
Unless, Brandon, could the board choose to delegate that decision to me? Because otherwise that's only 8 days before their event.
Yeah, can we do that?
Because that's how we handle it now.
I mean, is it typically a street administrator position? I just don't want to exceed the authority.
We have a form people fill out for a block party and it comes to me to make sure all that stuff is right and to approve, and I can close the street that way. But no one's requested railroad, but I think if we keep, it's not a weekend, so that makes it much easier.
So why
but
is it to the board, I guess, is my question. Then
How do you guys feel about that? I think it's just for their advertising.
Without making a decision, could we ask if anybody has an objection to it?
Yeah, like I would in my admin report, unless anyone does not approve, I'm gonna plan to work with them on closing it in a safe manner.
No objection from me.
No
Okay.
objections?
There you go.
Great.
Okay,
All
thank you.
right. Okay, if there's nothing else, a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Well, we got out of here before midnight. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.